The King's Avatar audiobook by Kevin Chapter 501, Self-Sacrifice. Upon seeing Ye Xiu leave so abruptly, Chen Guo locked gazes with Tang Ru for a brief moment and stood up. "Log him out, please," Chen Guo told Tang Ru before following Ye Xiu out of the room hurriedly. "Okay," Tang Ru answered while watching the two leaving the room hastily. Chen Guo stepped out of the room and found Ye Xiu right away. Instead of going anywhere, Ye Xiu was smoking, facing across the street. She slowed down, carefully composing her words in her head, but just as she walked up to him, Ye Xiu crushed the cigarette which still had a good deal left on the windowsill. It angered Chen Guo immediately, but she stopped herself before the words fell out. Considering Ye Xiu's feelings, she thought to forgive him just this once. "You." Chen Guo only spoke one word before Ye Xiu's soft sigh interrupted her. Staring out of the window, he spoke quietly. "This is the end of excellent era." Leaving a confused Chen Guo, Ye Xiu turned around and walked away quietly. Chen Guo followed his gaze to out of the window. On Excellent Era's headquarters, the team emblem still glowed radiantly. However, what about the actual team? Chen Guo's heart ached all of a sudden. Nonetheless, she did invest a lot of emotion and energy into the team for years. She didn't only enjoy Ye Xiu and Su Macheng's performance. That was her. Then what about Ye Xiu? He never said much about retirement. Facing the various powers and in the game, he was not particularly nice to anyone due to his attachments. However, this didn't mean that Ye Xiu didn't care about Excellent Era. Sun Xiang's addition was the hope for many Excellent Era's support. It filled them with expectation. Wouldn't Ye Xiu have the same expectations? Chen Guo suddenly thought that Ye Xiu leaving Excellent Era already made many uncomfortable. When he was still a part of the team, Excellent Era had been failing. To save the team, Ye Xiu chose to leave. Did he know that his departure would have been an effective way to save Excellent Era? Unfortunately, Excellent Era was simply too heartless. To get rid of what they labeled as a useless burden, they used everything they had. They would probably never know that their team leader, for a chance to improve the team, had already decided to leave on his own. For the growth of the team's next-generation prodigy, Wang Jixi faked his loss and sacrificed his own reputation. However, this was a competition after all. No one could keep a perfect record forever. A single defeat didn't spell the end of the world. On top of that, his sacrifice would be understood and appreciated. What about Ye Xiu? Was there anyone who would understand his departure? Would anyone think of the efforts and troubles he had gone through? Excellent Era might have even believed that it was their trick that forced him to leave. They probably even took pride in it. They would not know that this could have been resolved peacefully. They never had to choose between the team and Ye Xiu because their team leader was perfectly content with making sacrifices, even himself. Him leaving had brought in Sun Xiang, a shining rookie from the pro scene. He was also a prodigy. Ye Xiu was just like all the other fans of Excellent Era, filled with anticipation for Excellent Era's future. However, as of now, he was full of disappointment. Sun Xiang was one factor. After all, there was only so much you could ask of one person. The cause of his despair was probably Excellent Era's entire team for their inability to guide one single member. His disappointment was never targeted towards any particular member of Excellent Era, but rather towards the entire team and the whole club. The difference in ideologies was the spark of the conflict between Ye Xiu and the club. Finally, after all the self-sacrifices, he was remunerated by nothing but regrets and disappointment. These kinds of emotions never showed even when Excellent Era abandoned and mistreated him, but it surfaced when Excellent Era continued to decline. Chen Guo watched Ye Xiu walk back to the room in silence. She found herself on the verge of tears and in a turmoil of emotions. "You're back." In the room, Tang Ru was sitting on Ye Xiu's seat, controlling Lord Grimm when she saw Ye Xiu walk back in. She was telling the others that she was logging out. "How long does it take to smoke a single cigarette?" Ye Xiu smiled. "Oh, do you still want me to log out?" Tang Ru asked. "Log me out." Ye Xiu consented with a wave of his hand. If he didn't log out, the big guilds would definitely coming back to cause more trouble. He had enough troubles for a while now. Running around took too much time. It was much more convenient to just log out. Okay. Tang Ru nodded, told those around Lord Grimm in the game, and logged out of the game. Then she left the seat and gave it back to Ye Xiu. "How's the 10th server?" Ye Xiu asked half-mindedly upon seeing Tang Ru going back to her game. "It's the same as always, dungeons, leveling," Tang Ru replied. "You are already tackling the Heavenly Domain challenge, aren't you?" Ye Xiu asked again with a laughter. "Yep, I'm trying," Tang Ru answered. "Didn't you finish the challenge for boss once already?" "Why are you trying so hard?" Ye Xiu shook his head. "I am just trying to find our difference in skill," Tang Ru answered with a smile and looked at the door questioningly. "Where's Guo? She's still outside," Ye Xiu spoke. "Didn't she go looking to talk to you? When she walked over, I was crushing the cigarette on the windowsill. She caught me red-handed, so I ran away as fast as I could. Awkward," Ye Xiu explained. Tang Ru's head poked out from behind the screen and she peered at Ye Xiu, who sat across her to the side. In the end, only a sentence slipped out nonchalantly, "So that's it. Hurry and level up. The Heavenly Domain is much more fun than regular servers," Ye Xiu spoke. "I can see that." Tang Ru agreed with a nod. No one spoke another word after. Everyone was minding their own business on their computers. Tang Ru was still in the game, tapping out a string of clicks on the mouse and keyboard. Ye Xiu left the game to the side. No one knew what he was doing. After a few moments, Chen Guo came back into the room and settled herself in the seat directly across from Ye Xiu's. Likewise, she didn't say a word and dived straight into the game. However, in the game, after Ye Xiu's Lord Grimm left, Lul and Slash and the others were still indulging in the joy of their victory. They couldn't believe that they had actually defeated Excellent Era's starting lineup. They didn't even notice that Deception had vanished, until another group of people appeared at the opening of the alley. "Perfect. My ambitions are still burning right now," Ocean Ahead yelled out in the front. "Ha ha ha, let's go." Lul and Slash didn't stop anyone. All 5 of them were using alternates, so they weren't afraid of being accused of being unfair. The guilds were all rivals, so no matter what you did, there was always someone who used unfair tricks. What's important was that you couldn't leave a handle on the surface for someone else to accuse you with. This was the rule for survival for the guilds. Lul and Slash and the others had been preparing for a long time, so they understood this rule pretty well. "Let's use them to practice our teamwork." With a swing of Lul and Slash's sword, the 5 charged ferociously at the group with the same amount of momentum as before. The group at the end of the alley was a normal 10-people team. Upon seeing the 5 rushing at them, the group immediately turned tail, just as like they had been ordered to do. "DMN, they're no fun," Ocean Ahead cursed, running ahead of the group. "Should we chase them?" Homeward Bound asked. "Yes, we have nothing to do anyways," Lul and Slash yelled back. The 5 ran after the group. They enjoyed the chase and the chaos that followed greatly. They still needed improvement before they could be compared to the pros, but in comparison with the regular players, their skills were unmatched. With the professional league as their goal, their teamwork was above most guild teams. 5 versus 10 posed no problem for them at all. The guild masters had just received news and were hastily reorganizing troops. They were rushing over to supervise the battles by themselves. Lul and Slash had no intention of playing guerrilla warfare. Instead, they wanted to see just how powerful the 5 of them could be as a team. The 5 were brimming with pride after they crushed the starting team of Excellent Era. Despite the fact that they had 7 people before, and their victory was largely due to brilliant command of a god, their victory couldn't have been possible without their teamwork and efforts. Their crushed confidence was reignited. "Compared to professionals, we are not all that great, but professional teams weren't unbeatable. All 5 of them had such realization in their hearts. At the same time, their performance was vicious as well. They slipped in and out of the chaos with surprising orderliness. Great! It feels so good. Ocean ahead was a total battle enthusiast. Stepping over the piles of dead bodies, he roared as spells exploded all around him. It was as if his battle cries were setting the rhythm of his spell releases. I say that you guys should at least pay some attention. Some dropped pretty useful equipment. Don't forget to pick them up. The cleric, Thousand Falling Leaves, reminded his teammates while pocketing a light saber from a swordsman himself. True, look at deception. He even picked up Sun Xiang and Liu Hao's equipments. Lulan commented, "Of course he's a professional scrap picker. Things like that are instinct for him." Night Tide agreed. "Speaking about him, his skills are pretty good too. Should we try to recruit him?" Ocean ahead stopped his shouting and began to talk business. "That guy, so many guilds had their eyes on him, but none of them succeeded. Look at him, he doesn't even know who Sun Xiang is. I don't think he feigned ignorance. Who knows where that NEET came from?" Lulan exclaimed. "No matter how much of a NEET he is, he still plays glory. To know utterly nothing about the pros, isn't that a bit too extreme?" Ocean ahead spoke. "This huge world is filled with exceptions," Lulan exclaimed. "Hey, can you guys stop chatting now? I can't hold them off anymore." Homeward Bound cried out at that moment. As more and more people gathered, the group was starting to have a difficult time holding on. "Kill! Kill until we die!" Lulan shouted, rushing over to help Homeward Bound. The guild masters of the 3 guilds were present at the battlefield already. They were on the verge of tear of joy over the fact that they were actually able to surround their enemies this time. In the end, with a closer look, they only found 5 people. Why was it only 5? Where were the other 2? After a thorough investigation, they still didn't know if the missing 2 were dead or just escaped their radar. Then they checked again, only to find that both of them had logged out. FCK. The 3 guild masters were scratching the walls in frustration. Without their main targets, what was the point of attacking the 5 random characters from Heavenly Justice? What was the point? The King's Avatar Volume 5 Ace Showdown Chapter 502, Chapter 502. Bounty-changing Spring and Arasima were scratching their heads. Chen Yehui was also scratching his head, while asking for outside help. He had thought that once Liu Hao's side moved out, their targets would be eliminated for sure. When he received the message that Liu Hao's side had surrounded their target, he stopped caring about the situation. He knew which open accounts he had given to Liu Hao and had them all added as friends. Among the ones previously online, one of them had been a battle mage. Chen Yehui was aware that this time, even Sun Xiang had come. When he looked at the other open accounts given, he saw that the players were excellent eras starting roster. How could that team lose? Chen Yehui didn't think it would even be possible, and he even thought he would need to call his troops to retreat soon. When he suddenly received the news, he woke up from his daydream and realized that Sun Xiang's battle mage and Liu Hao's spellblade were offline. The other 3 were offline too. Chen Yehui felt that something wasn't right. When he gathered everyone to surround them, he discovered that Lord Grimm and Deception were offline too. What exactly had happened? Changing Spring and Arasima had no way of knowing. Chen Yehui knew a little bit of what had happened, though. Could the 5 pros have logged off after killing those 2? However, those 7 were together. If they fought, shouldn't they have killed the other 5 too? Why were they still alive? Puzzled, Chen Yehui picked up the phone and called Liu Hao. However, no one picked up. Could something have happened? Chen Yehui felt certain that something bad had happened. Afterwards, he heard Changing Spring and Arasima order their troops to kill the 5 players, and he followed suit in order to vent his frustrations. Lulan/'s group had never thought of staying alive. They were prepared to fight until their deaths. Because they had been prepared when they died, they didn't feel worried at all. After dying, they immediately revived. They had lost a bit of equipment from dying, but it couldn't be compared to the three great guilds' losses today. Today's mess had finally come to an end. The players of the three guilds looked at each other in puzzlement. In the end, they had only killed off the 5 mysterious invaders, but what about their original 2 targets? Where did they go? Even though the guild leaders were racking their brains over this, they didn't lose hope so quickly. They knew that this battle wasn't something that could be resolved in 1 or 2 days. With their targets offline, it wasn't possible to fight them anymore. So the 2 guild leaders tasked players with spreading the word through the forums. Lord Grimm was now a public figure. Anyone who killed him would have their name spread far and wide. It hadn't been an easy opportunity to come by, so they needed to hurry up and seize it. Quickly, videos of Lord Grimm and Deception fighting shoulder to shoulder appeared all over the Glory forums. The guild members cried about how these 2 guys had killed them to steal their items. For the guilds, this was enough. They didn't need to make Lord Grimm look like an evil street thug. They just needed to let everyone know that they had good reason to kill Lord Grimm. The club guilds only needed to provide a pretext to cause trouble. Lord Grimm and Deception had killed their players and stolen their items, which was why they had chased after them. It was a valid reason. Deception's infamous name only made the story more legitimate. Many people would now see Lord Grimm in a bad light. The guilds didn't need to look at the results. They knew that they didn't need to care about Lord Grimm's current fame anymore. After completing the surface work, the 3 guilds gathered the other guilds together to make a joint declaration, denouncing scrap picking. Then, they announced their plan to pursue and kill Lord Grimm and Deception to elaborate on their denunciation. Lulan/'s group of open accounts were also hung up on the blacklist. All 7 of them had a bounty placed on them. This time, the bounty reward wasn't virtual rewards, but real money. Lord Grimm and Deception were valued at 500 yuan. If someone found Lord Grimm or Deception and called the guilds over, as long as the target was found and successfully killed, the finder would receive 500 yuan. Lulan/'s group was worth less money. Every person was only worth 100 yuan. Compared to the surface talk from before, this bounty was certainly much more eye-catching. In games like this with trade, everyone knew that the most valuable item in game was real money. This wasn't the first time a bounty like this had appeared, but if some random person put it up, you would need to convince people to believe you. No matter how much of a money warrior you were, money and trust were unrelated. You needed to build up trust in the people in order to do this type of transaction. However, the bounty was being put up by the club guilds. These guilds were certainly trustworthy. If they promised a reward, they would definitely pay out. As long as you encountered someone with a bounty and called the guilds, you could earn real money. This money was too easy to get. As for the club guilds, on the surface, they simply used scrap picking as their pretense. This bounty was only the first wave. First, they would utilize Deception's infamous name. Afterwards, they would decide the next step depending on the circumstances. This was the first time the club guilds had allied together for this type of activity. The online world immediately exploded, and all sorts of discussions were created. The guilds in the 10th servers had been waiting for this day to come. Lord Grimm. He had made them grind their teeth in anger for so long. Now was the time for his retribution. They wondered whether or not they should dig out the 10th server's guild happy since Lord Grimm had gone to the heavenly domain. However, none of the guilds would agree to this suggestion. Their reason for allying together and killing Lord Grimm was because of the threat Lord Grimm's real identity and goals posed to the clubs. As long as they could stop him from progressing, it would be enough. After all, Guild Happy was only a guild made up of normal players. Dragging all of Guild Happy's members into this conflict wouldn't look good for the club guilds. Their image was still very important to them. Shameless, too shameless. The club guild's announcement appeared as the headlines for all the glory sites and forums. After Chen Guo saw it, she immediately became angry. Why? Ye Xiu looked over and asked. Look, Chen Guo gave Ye Xiu a link to the announcement. Okay. Ye Xiu clicked on it and looked. After reading it, he asked Chen Guo, what's so shameless about it? This. How is this not shameless? Chen Guo pointed at the screen. Apart from saying that deception and I are partners, everything else they said is true, Ye Xiu said. What? Chen Guo stared dumbly. Then she looked again and thought about it. Scrap picking. Ye Xiu had picked up scraps, killed players. He really had killed quite a few players. Steal items. He had definitely stolen equipment for her chasing haze. It really was the truth. They're using this to cover up their true motives, Chen Guo shouted. Yeah, that sounds about right. Ye Xiu nodded his head. 500 yuan each time. Tusk. Tang Ru saw it and sighed. Sigh, I wonder if it counts if I go undercover. 500 yuan each time. If no cleric came to revive me, every 5 deaths would mean I lose 1 level. That's 2,500 yuan. We won a total of 24 accounts from that other internet cafe. If all of them were killed until they hit 0 experience, how much money would that be? Ye Xiu began to calculate it in his mind. 4.2 million. Tang Ru helped Ye Xiu calculate it. I really want that money. Let me think. Ye Xiu began to think seriously. Don't even think about it. Chen Guo almost flipped the table over. It probably doesn't count if I go undercover. I'd have to use my real self. Let me check Taobao, Ye Xiu said. Taobao. I wonder if they're still selling unspecialized accounts. If they are, then I'll just let them kill Lord Grimm, but it's been so many years. Do you think they'll still have any unspecialized accounts? Ye Xiu began to look. Not long afterwards, he got his answer. Sigh, they really don't have any. There aren't any unspecialized accounts to buy. There might not be any unspecialized, but what about ninjas? If we send Deception in to die, his account can earn us 170,000, right? Ye Xiu calculated. 175,000, Tang Ru corrected. No, Ye Xiu slammed his keyboard. What's wrong? Chen Guo hastily asked. I don't think I added him as a friend. I wonder if I can still find a way to contact him. Ye Xiu said in a sad voice. Chen Guo rolled her eyes. She didn't know what to say in response. Right, there's also Lulan/'s 5 accounts. It's just 5 open accounts. It doesn't matter if they die. Free money, Ye Xiu said. But they'll be the ones earning the money. It's not like they'll give me any. Ye Xiu said with a sigh. Do you really think they'll stoop as low as you? Chen Guo looked at Ye Xiu with disdain. So you're saying they won't even consider it, Ye Xiu said. Of course. Chen Guo didn't think a famous money warrior like Lulan/ would think about it. If that's the case, then because we're very close now, I'll trade those 5 accounts for 5 of ours. Give them the same classes. Ye Xiu said while pulling out a drawer and looking over the 24 account cards. From these, he pulled out the 5 classes. Hey, you're not actually going to do it right. Chen Guo saw Ye Xiu's actions and discovered that he was actually thinking about it. It'll be money for my return to the pro scene. I didn't think it'd be so easy to get though. Back then, getting money in game wasn't so easy, Ye Xiu said as he thought back to the old days. Chen Guo's head fell to the table. She just couldn't see how this person was the same person who would sacrifice himself for his team. It looked like she wasn't looking at things the right way. Her insights had been completely wrong. The King's Avatar Volume 5 Ace Showdown Chapter 503. Chen Guo couldn't believe what was happening. She tapped her keyboard, got up from her seat, and then walked towards Ye Xiu. When she looked over, it was real. It was actually happening. This guy was already on QQ chatting with Lulan/. You really have no shame, Chen Guo cried. Did you see the declaration the top guilds made today? Ye Xiu greeted Lulan/ with a question. I saw it. Ha. We're only worth 100 yuan. All of us together are only worth 1 of you. How depressing. Lulan/ replied. He was someone who knew how to find fun in things. He was conflicted about his bounty's value. We're all foils, look at that declaration, deception is the main focus. Ye Xiu said. Ha ha, naturally, he's a scrap picker. Of course, he should stand out, but their emphasis is still mostly on you. They don't want everyone to forget about you, so they also placed a 500 yuan bounty on you. Lulan Slash understood the guild's intent. I came looking for you to discuss this, Ye Xiu said. It really is troublesome. Our characters were just open accounts. We can just not use them, but it's a lot tougher for you, Lulan Slash sighed. That's not it. My meaning is I wish to take that money, Ye Xiu said. The other side didn't reply for a long time. Lulan Slash clearly knew what Ye Xiu's intentions were. Ye Xiu saw that the other side suddenly stopped talking and moved his QQ window around. God, are you serious? Lulan Slash could only use ellipses to express his thoughts. He felt too embarrassed to say anything negative but couldn't think of anything positive to say. I can't change my main account. Right now, I just don't know if you're interested or not. If you're interested, then it's fine. If you're not, then I can exchange 5 of my open accounts for those 5 open accounts. Ye Xiu said, there's no need to trade, you can just have them. After a short moment of silence, Lulan Slash gave a blunt answer. Wow, how nice of you, do you want a share of the pot? No need, no need. You're an investor too, so your share won't be small, Ye Xiu replied politely. No need, really there's no need, Lulan Slash refused. You're too nice, Ye Xiu said. Ha ha ha, this small amount of money isn't much to me. Really, believe me. Lulan Slash didn't want to be involved in this, so he spoke as if he were filthy rich. Okay, if you don't want to, I won't force you, Ye Xiu said. But speaking of this, even though the bounty is out, we might just be something said for appearances. That bounty says the target has to die for the reward to be paid. If they don't kill the target, you won't get the money. Lulan Slash shifted to a different topic and dug into the issue with the guild's statement. I thought of this too, but if I'm controlling it myself, why do I have to let them kill me? I'll kill myself off, record the death, and send it to them, Ye Xiu said. But if you keep doing it over and over again, won't it seem too fake? Lulan Slash asked. You can kill yourself in the game, but there's only so many ways to do it, no. That's true, so I need a few collaborators. How about it? Ye Xiu said. Oh no, my mom called me to come eat dinner, I've got to go. Give me an address and I'll send those 5 accounts over to you. That's all for now then. Bye, Lulan Slash quickly logged off. Shameless, too shameless, Chen Guo muttered. Who would be less suspicious to collaborate with? Ye Xiu pondered. Chen Guo saw Ye Xiu's and Lulan Slash's chat exchange, looking down on him while also beginning to think too. Contact her friends to help. Chen Guo originally had this thought, but when she thought about it, no matter how many friends she had, it wouldn't be enough. In order to kill all 5 characters until they dropped to level 1 would require 1750 deaths. Even if each friend could kill one character 10 times, she would still need at least 175 friends. 10 times for one character was already very suspicious too. The heavenly domain was the final destination for all 10 servers. In order to accommodate all these players, the world was enormous. Finding a single person within that sea of players was like finding a needle in a haystack. Why else would the club guilds place a bounty on them? The club guilds were already considered extremely powerful forces in the game. Chen Guo wasn't able to think of a good solution. When she looked at Ye Xiu, his computer screen had the webpage for a game studio. Are you going to look for a studio? Chen Guo asked. Aren't studios very fair? Ye Xiu said. Chen Guo thought about it for a moment and agreed. For this type of buying and selling that required effort to complete, let alone one character being able to kill for a bounty 10 times, killing the bounty a few more times wouldn't be a problem, especially if they recorded it themselves. This was something a studio could easily do. Illusion Studio is a pretty good option. Chen Guo sat to the side. She saw Ye Xiu skim over information on studios and recommended one of them as she saw him skim past. Really? Ye Xiu opened up the description for Illusion Studio, but then closed it after reading it. What do you think? Chen Guo was puzzled. Illusion Studio was a trustworthy in-game studio. They had many options and had good ratings. Chen Guo didn't understand why Ye Xiu was unsatisfied with it. I'm going to keep looking. Ye Xiu continued to search. Future is pretty good too. Chen Guo recommended again. Experienced players usually had some understanding of studios, so they knew the more popular ones. However, Ye Xiu looked at it and then rejected it too. What are you looking for? Chen Guo didn't know what he wanted. One that I'm familiar with, Ye Xiu said. You're familiar with some of them. Chen Guo was astonished. I've played this game for 10 years. I have all sorts of connections. Ye Xiu didn't think much of it. As he said this, he finally clicked on a studio that he was looking at. Chen Guo looked at it. This studio had a pretty low rating and the customer reviews were very mediocre. Most players would consider it a scam and wouldn't do business with them. However, Ye Xiu didn't look at these reviews and immediately clicked on the contact info. He really was looking for someone he recognized and not a famous one. Mo Qiang, not a well-known one. Ye Xiu muttered while asking Chen Guo if he borrow her cell phone. Chen Guo handed over her handphone and saw Ye Xiu quickly punch in the phone number listed for Mo Qiang's studio. Hello, old Mo. Who is it? Can't you tell from my voice? Ye Xiu asked. I can't tell. This is a work phone. If you have business, say it. Is your QQXXX? Ye Xiu asked. Yeah, the other side was a bit suspicious. Let's talk on QQ. Ye Xiu hung up. If you know his QQ, why did you call him? Guo was puzzled. How could I know he's doing this now? Shouldn't I confirm it by phone first? Ye Xiu said. He looked for the QQ username and messaged him. The other side replied with 5 exclamation marks. You were the one who called, the other side followed. Yes, it was me. You're still alive, of course. If you're alive, then why'd you retire? Let's chat later. First, let's talk business. Mo Qiang said. Did you see the bounty offered by the guilds? Ye Xiu replied. Of course. Oh, you're Lord Grimm. Yeah, that's me. DMN. Are you planning on sacrificing your own account to give this bro some nice money to spend? Let me think about it. Each death is 500. One level 5 times. Level 70 to level 1 means 175,000 yuan. We can also get a cleric to revive you, so you double that and that's 350,000. Since that's just the heavenly domain, you can pretend to run back to the normal servers. If we go to the normal servers to kill you, then double it again for 700,000. Holy SHT, you're going to send your bro 700,000. You really are a god. You're too enlightened, Mo Qiang said. Did you finish calculating it? Ye Xiu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chen Guo was frozen. He really was a FC King professional. He maximized the amount of profit that could be earned. Ye Xiu and Tang Ru had calculated 175,000 yuan, but this figure was way too weak compared to the 700,000 that had just been mentioned. I obviously know you're not here to give it to me for free. What are your conditions? Mo Qiang asked. When did I say I was going to allow you to get Lord Grimm killed? Ye Xiu was speechless. Then what are you here for? Mo Qiang was puzzled. It sounded like Ye Xiu wasn't looking for him to do this. I have to use Lord Grimm, but I can provide you the other 5 accounts who are on the hit list. Ye Xiu said. Which 5 accounts? Are you talking about the ones worth 100 each? Mo Qiang said. Yes. Those 5, isn't that a bit too small? The net profit is only worth 1 Lord Grimm for all 5. What about deception? Can you get that one? Mo Qiang asked. I can't. How regretful, Mo Qiang expressed. Can you do it? Ye Xiu asked. I can, of course I can. However, you're going to need to give me the details. I have to do some analysis to see how I should go about this. Mo Qiang asked. Ye Xiu gave him a general explanation. Mo Qiang listened and expressed some of his disappointment. So it's like that. Those accounts are clearly just for appearance. With how crafty those guys are, if you only provide them with information, they won't give you the money. Even if we do it like you say, at a certain point, they'll remove the bounty and you won't get the maximum theoretical profit possible. True. Ye Xiu wasn't too surprised. He had clearly thought about this too. If we just directly kill you until they stop giving the bounty, then it'll be very fake. But then again, this amount of money isn't much to them anyways. Plus, it's all of the clubs combined. With their work ethic, I doubt they'd go back on their word, Mo Qiang asked. They shouldn't, Ye Xiu said. Then we'll do it like that then. We won't revive with a cleric either. If we do it too excessively, they won't be happy with us getting so greedy. We have to leave them some face. Mo Qiang suggested after thinking about it some more. Then it's set, Ye Xiu asked. Bullshit, what's my share? Mo Qiang asked. I'll give you half, Ye Xiu said. Okay. God is still a god. How daring, then I'll go arrange it, Mo Qiang said. Okay. All right, let's chat then. Why did you retire? Mo Qiang asked the King's Avatar Volume 5 Ace Showdown Chapter 504 Chapter 504. Unending news. Even though Ye Xiu didn't have a cell phone, he still frequently used QQ as a communication tool. When he had retired, many people had messaged him, but he ignored all of them. Back then, Mo Qiang had asked him about it too, and now that he had been contacted, he used this opportunity to chat. It's quite a long story. Let's talk about it when I'm less busy. Ye Xiu avoided the subject. Are you really planning on creating your own team? Mo Qiang asked. I have thought about doing so, Ye Xiu said. So this is to help raise money for it? Mo Qiang asked. Not entirely, Ye Xiu replied. It looks like you're not having an easy time. This bro won't take half then. I'll just take profit from 2 of the accounts. Mo Qiang said. Thanks. Ye Xiu didn't refuse. I say we just have those 5 accounts party up and then kill them together. Mo Qiang clearly wasn't very insistent on chatting and quickly returned back to discussing business. I'll leave it up to you then. All right, just wait for the money to arrive. With the deal completed, Ye Xiu turned his head. Chen Guo was still beside him and had a complicated expression on her face. Hey, it isn't easy starting from scratch, Ye Xiu said. Chen Guo was startled. She felt as if her heart had been pricked again. Ye Xiu took out a cigarette and told her he was going out for a smoke. Chen Guo went back to her game. Right now, quite a few people were talking about the news. Some people just randomly sent out coordinates saying Lord Grimm was here or that Lord Grimm was there. They were making fun of the guilds. Ye Xiu's Lord Grimm wasn't even online. Not just Lord Grimm, but Deception and Lulan/'s 5 open accounts weren't there either. The players could only shout loudly. If their targets weren't online, what could they do? The guilds were obviously paying close attention to them. Them not being online was a success for them in a way. After all, their goal was to stop Ye Xiu from leveling. Ye Xiu finished smoking his cigarette and returned. He logged into the game. On a different computer, Chen Guo's Chasing Haze received a notification indicating a friend had logged on. You're still going to keep playing? Chen Guo was astonished. Why not? Ye Xiu asked. Be careful, Chen Guo said. Yeah, I know, but I'm only going to leveling areas without many people. I'll take a look at the circumstances and see whether or not there'll be people wandering around hoping to catch sight of me, Ye Xiu said. I imagine there'll be quite a few people doing that, Chen Guo said. She understood a player's mind. 500 yuan wasn't much, but it wasn't a small amount either. One of the main purposes of the game was to strengthen one's character. If the 500 yuan was spent on a piece of equipment or an item, it would definitely be able to purchase a top-quality item. There would be players who would try to test their luck. If it doesn't look good, I'll run, Ye Xiu said. If you really need an unspecialized account, you can just look for someone to level it up for you. It wouldn't take very long, Chen Guo said. She understood that Lord Grimm himself wasn't worth much. It was mostly the silver weapon that was valuable to them. Apart from a few bored players or collectors, there probably wouldn't be any other unspecialized characters out there. However, a studio wouldn't care. As long as you needed one, they would level one for you. It was just a matter of how much you paid. All he had to do was transfer the silver weapon to the new account and character. If he did that, wouldn't he be able to avoid all of the hunting and grinding? Lord Grimm could also be used to earn some money too. This was what Chen Guo was thinking. Aha, I'll do it if I don't have any other options, Ye Xiu said. Chen Guo heard this and knew he had already thought about it before, so she didn't say any more. Where are you? Chen Guo asked. After Ye Xiu told her his location, Chen Guo immediately had Chasing Hei's head over. As she moved towards his location, Chen Guo discovered a few players moving in a similar direction as her. It seemed like quite a few had noticed that Lord Grimm had come online. Everyone knew Lord Grimm's level 2. He could only move about in the level 55 leveling area, so they immediately headed towards it. It looks like quite a few players are heading towards the level 55 leveling area. Chen Guo said to Ye Xiu, Haha, the leveling area is so large, they won't be able to find me so easily. Ye Xiu said as he continued to level up. He was still in Wilderness Town, a level 55 area. As he killed monsters, Ye Xiu looked for a place convenient for observing the surroundings. He didn't move around randomly either. If he didn't see anyone around, he would stay there. If he moved around randomly, it was more likely that he would bump into someone. Even so, he wasn't able to kill monsters peacefully the entire time. After a period of time, Lord Grimm finally noticed a player heading towards him. With his current situation, it didn't matter if the player was in a guild or not. Now that a bounty had been placed on his head, it really was as if he had become a street rat. He wasn't just any street rat, but a street rat worth 500 yuan. Chen Guo was concerned about Ye Xiu's situation and switched to a computer next to Ye Xiu to play. She constantly glanced at Ye Xiu's screen. She saw how unsafe Ye Xiu's leveling was and would turn her attention to his screen from time to time. Fortunately, Ye Xiu had lots of experience and an incredible amount of skill. Whenever he saw a player, he immediately hid. With the distance between them, the other side wouldn't be able to see Lord Grimm's id clearly, so Ye Xiu hadn't been in any danger yet. Are you sure someone isn't following you? Chen Guo was worried that someone might be following Ye Xiu. However, it was Ye Xiu who reminded her of something. Chen Guo stared blankly. She turned her Chasing Hei's around and immediately saw a bunch of players following her. She couldn't hide her surprise after turning around. Chen Guo suddenly understood. Some of them might have known about her relationship with Lord Grimm, so they tried to see if they could get their 500 yuan through her. Thinking of this, Chen Guo began to sweat. She really had been looking for Lord Grimm. If Ye Xiu hadn't reminded her, she would have guided a whole bunch of players over to his location. She had been concerned about Ye Xiu's situation and nearly caused a disaster. You don't need to worry. Nothing will happen. People will watch you closely if you're online and might look for you if they need something. How about you go play in the 10th server for now? You can help manage the guild while you're over there, Ye Xiu said. Chen Guo looked at the crowd of people behind her. There was nothing she could do about it, so she accepted Ye Xiu's suggestion. At the 10th server, she had an account which was in Guild Happy too. Her position there wasn't low either. Her character's level might be low, but the guild knew that her main account was a heavenly domain character. As a result, Chen Guo began managing the 10th server guild. Ye Xiu was having a difficult time in the heavenly domain. Even though he hadn't been killed yet, his leveling speed had been greatly affected. Chen Guo had been very anxious at first, but when she saw that Ye Xiu didn't seem to care at all, she became more at ease. On Saturday, an unexpected result appeared in the Pro Alliance. In the match between Excellent Era and Thunderclap, Excellent Era had been completely crushed. Ye Xiu had retired and Sun Xiang had taken his place. After a period of ups and downs, Excellent Era seemed to have returned to their best shape. Even though there wasn't any hope of making it to the playoffs this season, with their recent results, Excellent Era had once again become a strong competitor for next year's championship. But in this match, everyone in Excellent Era showed a terrible performance. The end result was 1-9. Throughout the entire competition, they had only won a single point from the individual competition. The rest of the competition was plagued with mistakes. Excellent Era's players looked as if they had something else on their minds, especially during the team competition. Xiao Shikin's team Thunderclap was relatively weak in the individual competition and group knockout competitions, but with a master tactician leading their team, no one would ever underestimate them in team competitions. In the team competition, Excellent Era lost magnificently. The media was stunned. Excellent Era fans were also stunned. Even the victorious Team Thunderclap was stunned. In the post-match interviews, when Thunderclap's captain Xiao Shikin was asked about Excellent Era's loss, he couldn't find anything good to say because there simply wasn't anything Excellent Era had done well during that battle. In the end, he lied saying, their performance wasn't bad, but luck just wasn't with them today. Happy Internet Cafe didn't stream Excellent Era's matches like usual, so there weren't as large of an audience. However, there were still quite a few players who watched the match on their own. That day, Happy Internet Cafe was also in an uproar. Excellent Era's disgusting performance made many jump out and praise Chen Guo for not streaming their match. It was their one bit of salvation from the disaster. The customers, who had watched the match, all looked as if they had eaten a fly. They ran out the door and began throwing rocks at the nearby club Excellent Era. This match had even taken place in Excellent Era's home stadium. Those who had watched the match live had gathered around, refusing to leave, and shouted angrily at Excellent Era. Excellent Era wasn't a stranger to this scene, though. Their performance in the first half of the year had been very bad. Fans had done this before. However, no matter how poorly they had performed, the hate they got had never been this bad. Today's performance could be described with two words: unprecedented brutality. Just when everyone's hopes had been rekindled, Team Excellent Era dumped a bucket of cold water over it. The disappointed fans gathered around in the winter cold and refused to leave for a long time. Excellent Era could only look at the scene in shame. The spokesperson, manager, and team members all went out to apologize as well as promise that they would do better in the future. However, were they actually sincere in their promises? Sun Xiang, Liu Hao, Excellent Era's main team all had dead expressions on their faces. The King's Avatar Volume 5 Ace Showdown Chapter 505 Chapter 505. To relegations, the web game had its own liveliness, while the Pro League had its own news. Excellent Era had always been the center of attention. After all, they were a seasoned and well-known team in the Alliance. Before this season, they had always been contenders for the champion spot. However, this season, the characters being paid attention to were different. From the beginning of the season, Excellent Era was very unstable. Their captain and ace player changed halfway through the season, and the team seemed to be on the rise again. However, a few weeks earlier, Vice-Captain Liu Hao had a disastrous performance, and the team was in complete disarray. Their last two performances were so bad that their defeats would go down in the history books. The press and newspaper once again used the headlines that they had been using throughout the season. What happened to Excellent Era? This time, they added additional words in their headlines. What is actually going on with Excellent Era? Excellent Era's public relation team appeared helpless in the face of this historical disaster. Their fans were tired of their empty promises and wanted results instead of empty talk. Before it happened, they would never stop making their dissatisfaction known. In Excellent Era's inter-team meeting, the manager could sense that something wasn't right. Despite his shouting, his only response to it were the dead expressions on the team. Sun Xiang, Liu Hao, Shen Jian, all of the main players appeared to be out of it. The worried looks on their faces were not for the team, but for their own futures. Right now, Excellent Era was a sinking ship, and the people that were supposed to be the fixers of the ships were thinking about matters after the ship had sunk. The sight that played out before him frightened the manager. The poor performance during the first half of the season could be brushed aside as a period of transitioning, but what about now? He didn't know how the situation had gone out of hand so quickly, and he had no solution to it. Pacing back and forth, unsure of what to do, the manager decided to conclude the meeting. He hadn't achieved the outcome that he had hoped would happen through this meeting. The only thing he obtained through the meeting was knowledge on how grave the situation looked. He had no choice but to pull out his phone. Boss. Although in-game players paid attention to the pro scene, the game wouldn't be directly affected by news from the pro scene. Dungeons, missions, and PKs between players continued regardless. The disastrous performance of Excellent Era, however, was a disgrace in the eyes of their fans as well as a subject of ridicule for their opponents. Ye Xiu managed the in-game guild. The pro team's poor performances had nothing to do with him. However, as a core member of the club, he could clearly feel the heavy atmosphere within the club. What happened to Liu Hao and his companions last time? Ye Xiu couldn't muster the courage to ask. He came across Liu Hao several times since then, but Liu Hao always seemed to have something else in his mind and walked past him without noticing him. He Ming, Shen Jian, Zhang Jiaxing. Everyone he encountered looked like they were troubled. As for Sun Xiang, according to the information that Ye Xiu had gathered, it was said that he had isolated himself in his room and only came out for training and meal times. With the situation being so serious, Ye Xiu didn't dare to do anything rash. He came to the conclusion that going back to the game and completing his responsibilities was the safest way to go. Progress in the game remained the same as before. The bounties placed on Lord Grimm and deception didn't seem to affect them. The leaders of the big guilds understood that even though there were a lot of names on their wanted list, 6 out of 7 of them were just dummies. Lord Grimm. Their only target was Lord Grimm. This was precisely the reason that they reacted to news regarding Lord Grimm while ignoring the rest. But what about Lord Grimm? They had received a lot of information about him in these past few days, but they still hadn't managed to catch a glimpse of him. They weren't even sure if the information that they received were real or just to pull their legs. Later, the guilds required reports to confirm the target and keep the target in sight until they arrived. But when they thought about it, who was it they were supposed to keep in sight? Ye Xiu. 3 guilds had allied together and sent out over 100 players to lock down Wilderness Town. Even so, Ye Xiu had still been able to escape from their eyes. How could a single player keep him in sight for so long? It would only be possible if Ye Xiu didn't care and intentionally let someone pursue him. Would Ye Xiu be so careless with his current circumstances? Clearly not. For the past few days, Lord Grimm was nowhere to be seen despite being online. The intelligence received by the big guilds decreased by the day. After the initial hype, not many were actually willing to try their luck in low-level zones. Was this another wasted effort? Each club-backed guild was puzzled. Why couldn't they defeat Lord Grimm even when such a strong weapon, the renminbi, was employed? 1 week passed in the blink of an eye, and a new round of the weekly pro matches began. Other than the glory fans that cared about the top 8, the number of fans that were concerned that their teams would be disqualified increased as well. In terms of the long-term competition system of the professional league, doing horribly in a game or two wouldn't decide the overall situation. The 2 teams that usually got relegated were usually teams that had been at the back of the pack due to their lack of actual strength. But for the first half of the current season, Excellent Era had dropped low because of their continuous bad performances. A few good matches came after switching ace players, but the collapse that followed right after made many feel that Excellent Era had returned to the bottom. A contender for relegations was back. If Excellent Era actually got relegated, it would not be a small matter. With only 8 seasons, the development of Glory's competitive scene was still considered quite short. The rise and fall of a powerhouse hadn't occurred in history yet, but in this season, Excellent Era might just fulfill that role. Could the champions who once led to the creation of the first empire in the history of Glory be trying to change the history of Glory again, but this time in the completely opposite direction? Reports from the mass media were full of such sarcasm. Even though they were no longer as invincible as back in their days as reigning champions for 3 years, Excellent Era was still a strong competitor. However, they had suddenly plunged into the possibility of relegation without any warning, as if to surprise the masses. Excellent Era's rivals took pleasure in their misfortune, while their supporters were ridden with anxiety. Their next match began with much attention to it. Excellent Era would be the away team facing against Samsara. Samsara had been the host of the All-Star Weekend, but unfortunately, their team didn't show anything very outstanding. Despite that, their morale were exceptionally high after the All-Star Weekend. Excellent Era was demoralized after their disastrous last match and was unlucky to face such a team with high spirits, but it was also a chance for them. If they were going to defeat Samsara, they would need to pay tremendous effort to do so. Be tut if they managed to defeat them. It would be very strong evidence that their strength hadn't faded. Could Excellent Era make it? The fans of Excellent Era weren't the only ones paying attention to this match. Even Happy Internet Cafe was broadcasting this match. Chen Guo's current policy was to stream important matches, so she didn't avoid Excellent Era on purpose. This match would without a doubt be one of the most important matches of the season. Happy Internet Cafe was once again full of customers, but the atmosphere was very heavy. There might be neutral fans watching the match elsewhere, but at this specific location, almost all of the audience members were Excellent Era supporters who were watching with sweat covering their palms. There were no cheers when the match started, no shouts of approval for their favorite players. Everyone was silently and anxiously paying attention to the match. Suma Cheng won the first individual match, bringing everyone's spirits up. In the second match, Vice Captain Liu Hao managed to win too, and the atmosphere in Happy Internet Cafe suddenly livened up. Even Chen Guo let out a breath that she had been holding in. Her wish to see Excellent Era fail miserably faded after seeing Ye Xiu's dejected expression. She suddenly began to hope that Excellent Era could make a comeback. Without a doubt, Chen Guo was a typical fangirl. Suma Cheng was still a member of Excellent Era. If Excellent Era fell into disarray, wouldn't Suma Cheng be affected as well? Just imagining this made Chen Guo hope that Excellent Era would deliver. Chen Guo stole a glance at Ye Xiu, who was smoking at the doorway. The guy was expressionless, as if the 2 wins were nothing to him. Excellent Era lost the 3rd round. The Internet Cafe was filled with sighs of regret, but the atmosphere was way better than it had been when the match first started. At least the place was getting more lively. The group arena competition that followed was like a heavy rain, drenching the audience's morale heavily. There was only one player that took part in the team knockout tournament from Samsara's side, Zhou Zekai. 1v3. Zhou Zekai scoring a 1v3 in the team knockout tournament with his stylish sharpshooter may have been dazzling, but nobody was in the mood to appreciate his magnificent skills. Most of them wanted to eat Zhou Zekai alive. At this grave moment, a cheer emanated from amongst the crowd. Awesome! The cheer could only be towards Zhou Zekai. The crowd looked for the source of the voice with fury in their eyes. The owner of the voice was luckily a beautiful girl. If it were a guy, the emergency services would be needing to take a field trip to Happy Internet Cafe. The atmosphere of the Internet Cafe regressed immediately to a state similar to when the game had first started. The team competition started with great anxiety amongst the audience. Lasting for 30 minutes, the match was just of moderate length, but it caused Excellent Era fans to wince with pain. Defeated. Once again, they had suffered defeat. 2-8 was the final score, with only a difference of 1 point compared to their last match. Although not as disgusting as their last match, Excellent Era's team remained in low spirits, retaining their horrible performance. This was made obvious by the team competition. FCK. The air in Happy Internet Cafe was filled with strings of Curses the King's Avatar Volume 5 Ace Showdown Chapter 506. Chapter 506. Zioqiang Productions' curses filled the air. Quite a few audience members stood up and kicked away their chairs, just like the ending of a movie in the cinemas. In their agitated state, there was no order when the audience left the place. Individuals at the front of the crowd were cursed at whenever they slowed down. The chaos didn't subside even after a long time. Most of them went across the street, throwing bricks, vandalizing the walls, but how could Excellent Era's guards have the courage to stop them? They watched, or at least saw, the results of the match. The moment they saw that Excellent Era had lost again, they knew it would be a disaster. At that moment, the only thing they could do was shut the main entrance. The best they could do was to stop the crowd from entering their headquarters and wrecking it from within. Chen Guo was stunned by the result of the stampede. A lot of her customers didn't intend to destroy her internet cafe intentionally, but in their moment of rage, much destruction was wrought upon the facilities. Chen Guo realized that her previous decision had been a blessing in disguise. The popularity and income of the internet cafe suffered drastically from her action of canceling the broadcast of Excellent Era's match, but with the team's current performance, she was lucky that she stopped the broadcast. With their disgusting performance, her internet cafe would be the audience's first place to release their rage. If the situation continued, her internet cafe would have been dismantled. While directing her staff to clean up the place, Chen Guo glanced at the doorway. Ye Xiu was already gone. She shifted her view and saw that a huge crowd had formed outside Excellent Era's entrance. It wasn't as bad as last time, though. They knew that it was an away match and that not many of the staff's members were around. Excellent Era had lost to Samsara, who were at the peak of their performance, so the media gave them a bit of leeway and didn't show too much disappointment towards Excellent Era's performance. However, having scored only a meager 3 points total from their last 2 matches, Excellent Era's ranking plunged. Their score this season wasn't high to begin with, and they had only barely increased their ranking with their previously stable performances the last few games. The blunder that they'd made caused their ranking to drop, and they were headed straight towards disqualification. If this continues, will Excellent Era be eliminated? Chen Guo went upstairs and was surprised that Ye Xiu had not logged into the game yet and was in the living room instead. "I don't know," Ye Xiu replied as he looked out through the window. That night, Ye Xiu didn't spend any time on the game, but the next morning he headed straight to the computer. He continued leveling his character, but not long after logging into the game, he received a message from Mo Qiang on QQ. "God DMN, after working on this for a week, I've finally finished it," said Mo Qiang. "It's done." After Ye Xiu's discussion with Mo Qiang last time, he gave Mo Qiang's address to Lulan Slash and the 5 accounts were sent straight to him, giving him full access to the accounts. "It's done. Let me send a short clip to you." Mo Qiang sent Ye Xiu a video file. After receiving the file, Ye Xiu clicked into it and the words Zioqiang Productions appeared on screen in a comical fashion. "Your introduction," Ye Xiu hesitated. "Brand consciousness is a must," replied Mo Qiang. "You're overdoing it. Your deal with the clubs is like ripping hair out of their heads. They're going to hate you for doing this, and you actually made an intro to deepen their impression of you." Ye Xiu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Aye, you're right about that. It's not like I'm going to have any more business relationships with these clubs, so I'm going to gross them out, said Mo Qiang. If you push them too far, they might not pay you for this, said Ye Xiu. Oh, they can't. Mo Qiang sent a sly smile emoticon. I've already made preparations. They will pay me no matter what, unless they don't care about their reputation anymore. Ye Xiu kept quiet. He guessed that Mo Qiang would be doing this deal in the open, where it could be seen by all the players. Under these circumstances, the clubs wouldn't be able to go back on their words. Even if they knew that Mo Qiang was tricking them, they could only suffer in silence. But with so many guilds offering the bounty, the expense would be shared between them. With the sum divided amongst themselves, it wouldn't be considered much. Just as Mo Qiang said, even if it did not affect them financially, it was more important that they gross them out. Ye Xiu didn't comment on Mo Qiang's mischievous joke because he knew that Mo Qiang didn't have a good view of these clubs. Do what you want. I only care for the money. Ye Xiu replied with an emotionless emoticon. Keep watching my video. I've been working on it for a week and the only thing you've watched is the introduction. How could you? Mo Qiang grumbled. I'm watching. Ye Xiu continued watching the video helplessly. The main theme of the video appeared right after the introduction, starting with a chaotic battle. Mo Qiang grouped the 5 accounts together, creating a scenario where the party was annihilated in battle. The footage was shaky, hinting that the person recording the video was also a part of the battle. The video ended with 5 corpses on the ground, with the shot stopping at each id. The party was annihilated, but they don't revive themselves and they just lay there so you can get a clean shot on them. Isn't this too take? You really intend to discuss them to death, said Ye Xiu. Ha ha ha, keep watching, Mo Qiang continued. Ye Xiu continued to watch the video. The footage zoomed out as if the character were backing off and looking around, while paying close attention to the corpses lying on the ground. Not long afterwards, a cleric appeared on camera. Ye Xiu immediately understood his intention. It was scripted. Everything was scripted to giving the chance for his opponents to be rescued by their cleric and then ambushing them. Even Ye Xiu was speechless. Ha ha, if the characters respawn, we still need to control them. I was a little lazy. By doing this, even if they counted these 2 occasions as one, it's still quite convenient, said Mo Qiang. You often use this method. It's too disgusting, said Ye Xiu. Yeah, that was why I made it look like they saw through it after a few times and then stopped doing it. We want to decrease our workload, but we can make it look realistic at the same time. For the viewing pleasure of the higher-ups of the clubs, it can't be done too crudely, right? With these 5 accounts moving around so frequently, won't people notice them? Said Ye Xiu. Who would notice them faster than our own guys? I notified the big guilds every time, saying how I found these 5 players' whereabouts. But these guilds are really sly. These 5 characters had a bounty placed on them to fool the public. They don't even care about them. I've never seen any one of their men come over. I'm guessing the others that gave them intelligence on these 5 were also ignored. I was lucky that I had a trick up my sleeve. Zioqiang's product, homemade. I feel good earning this money. Mo Qiang prattled on. In the end, they're all bald, asked Ye Xiu. Being bald meant that all the experience points on the characters were gone. Even though their levels were still at 70, if you opened up their character info pages and looked at their stats, you would break into tears. Sigh, speaking of which, we made a mistake in our calculations. The minimum level a character can have in glory is level 1. There is no level 0, so to make these level 70 characters go bald, there are only 69 levels. With 500 yuan per level and 5 times 69 levels, we'll only get a grand total of 172,500. The sum that we came up with, 175,000, was incorrect. Mo Qiang continued. So how much are you going to get in the end? Said Ye Xiu. I didn't finish off all of their levels. It would be too unrealistic, so I got a total of 150,000, said Mo Qiang. This isn't realistic either. said Ye Xiu. Isn't 150,000 easier to divide? We're aiming to decrease our workload, said Mo Qiang. Sure. I've finished watching the video. Do what you have to do, said Ye Xiu. I intend to leave it there for a few more days, but I'm afraid that they'd suddenly cancel the bounty. I heard that even after so many days, they still couldn't get a hold of you right. Why don't you give them some hope, dying once or twice? Isn't there's a huge pile of money waiting for you after that? Make some sacrifices. Come on. Mo Qiang continued earnestly. Stop spewing nonsense. If you're afraid that the bounty will be cancelled, do it faster, said Ye Xiu. But there is also a possibility that they will increase the bounty, raising yours to 1,000, and if these accounts got increased by about 200 yuan, it would still be a very big profit, said Mo Qiang. Don't be too greedy. If the amount is too big, aren't you afraid that they'd rather lose face than to pay the bounty? Everything has a limit, said Ye Xiu. Yes, you are right. Fine. I'll cash in on the bounty. Give me your account number. I'll send the money later, said Mo Qiang. Slow down. I have a list of things here that I need, so help me acquire those, said Ye Xiu. What do you need? Asked Mo Qiang. When the shop list was received by Mo Qiang, he immediately understood Ye Xiu's attention after a glance. You're going to upgrade that silver equipment of yours. Yes. You're upgrading it to level 50, am I right? Mo Qiang continued. Each equipment and materials had their own levels. The level of the materials used to forge a piece of silver equipment wasn't limited, but it was still based on the level of the end product. Guessing the level of the equipment was simple just by looking at the list of materials. Yes. I don't have all the things you need. How could this be a single weapon? This is enough for an entire set. Mo Qiang was amazed. I know you have your ways of getting it done. The money is with you, just help me out here. Is it enough? Said Ye Xiu. It's hard to say. Orange equipment is easy to get, but you need 3 materials that are only dropped by wild bosses, which are mostly owned by the big guilds. It's tough luck for the studios. Even if others have them, if we try getting it, they will certainly raise the price unreasonably, you know that, said Mo Qiang. Yes, I know, Ye Xiu nodded. There was no market price for such rare materials. They were so rare that they couldn't even form a market out of it. Such items could accurately be described by rare commodity. If any workshops got their hands on them, they would only sell them when the time is right. Then, leave it to me, said Mo Qiang. The King's Avatar Volume 5 Ace Showdown Chapter 507, Chapter 507. Leave it alone. 3 of the materials required to upgrade the 1,000 Chance Umbrella to its level 50 form only came from wild bosses. No other upgrades had required such luxurious materials thus far. This was because the upgrade process from level 5 to 45 could be considered relatively easy to accomplish, but from level 45 to 50, the capabilities of the 1,000 Chance Umbrella would be completely branch out. When the 1,000 Chance Umbrella had been designed, level 50 had been its final form, leaving the extremely precious materials until the final form was done in order to save materials needed for the previous upgrades. Most silver equipment followed this train of thought. If materials could be saved from previous upgrades, then it was best to save them. However, the current silver equipment had their final upgrades from level 65 to 70, while the 1,000 Chance Umbrella's final upgrade was still stuck at level 45 to 50. The current 10th server might not even be able to gather together enough materials needed for this upgrade. However, Ye Xiu was already in the heavenly domain, and he could acquire these materials through others from older servers. Items could go forward, but not backwards in the heavenly domain and normal servers. In other words, items from normal servers could be brought into the heavenly domain, but items from the heavenly domain couldn't be brought back to normal servers, unless the item originally came from the normal server. If a player had any sort of item from the heavenly domain, The player would have to store it in the heavenly domain before going back to the normal server. After finishing his deal with Mo Qiang, Ye Xiu continued to level up. He played cautiously every day, not allowing anyone find his tracks. Even though this slowed down his leveling speed, he slowly wore away at the patience of bounty hunters. Ye Xiu had predicted this would happen. At first, everyone would be filled with excitement, but after a while, most people would give up on trying their luck and would stop wasting their time. Chen Guo saw how the situation had turned for the better, so she logged into her chasing haze and began to help him level. Helpers would increase his leveling speed, so Ye Xiu didn't refuse her assistance. They killed monsters for the entire morning. After eating lunch, everyone took a short break. Chen Guo took this time to browse the internet. She checked the forums and saw a post created by Mo Qiang. Seeing this, she hastily called for Ye Xiu to come over and see. Ye Xiu went over and looked. Sure enough, Mo Qiang had posted videos of him killing those 5 open accounts. It wasn't all of it, though. There would be too many videos and file size would have been too big. He only posted the videos that he had sent Ye Xiu to take a look at. It was only a small portion of all of them. The main content of the post was the text. Mo Qiang told everyone of how hard he had been working for the whole week. This cunning fellow didn't even mention that the amount he had killed was worth 150,000 yuan. Killing them that many times in the span of a single week would clearly be too fake. Were those 5 fake? If those 5 knew that they would be pursued every day, why would they stay online and letting their experience drop? Just from these videos and this text, it seemed like Mo Qiang had truly gone through great difficulties just to kill these 5 a few times, which was why he went on the forums to express his joy. FCK these clubs. Ye Xiu was reading through these posts when he received a message from Mo Qiang. What? Ye Xiu was surprised. Would the clubs really not reward him for cashing in the bounty? Ye Xiu hadn't thought that this would happen, but Ye Xiu also needed this money. Getting the materials he needed just through in-game methods would be extremely difficult. Ye Xiu didn't mind using real-life money in this case. The more time he could save, the better. They said today is Sunday. Wait until Monday, Mo Qiang typed furiously. Oh, then just wait. Ye Xiu saw his reply and broke out into a laugh. It was a very normal response. No one would be willing to work on the weekend or work overtime for something so trivial. Do you think they're going to try to keep on delaying it? Mo Qiang clearly didn't have a good image of the clubs. For something like this, just wait, there's more to come, Ye Xiu calmly said. What? Do you think you're talking to a real person? The club is still a company. No matter how they run, it's going to take them a while to process it. If you get it by next week, then that would already be considered quite quick, Ye Xiu said. I'm just afraid that long delays will cause trouble. Mo Qiang said, if I knew there would be a delay, I wouldn't have posted it today. What happens if I rustle the grass and scare a snake? You can always delete posts, you know, Ye Xiu said. Right, I'll delete it first. Mo Qiang immediately went to do it. Fortunately, he had just posted it, so it hadn't gotten much attention yet. After deleting it, he repeatedly searched the post on Baidu and let out a sigh of relief after seeing no one had reproduced it. Chen Guo saw the treacherous dealings going on between these two, but didn't have the energy to scold them. That day at Club Excellent Era, a huge number of fans had gathered at its entrance again to protest. It was Sunday, and they clearly didn't have much else to do. Despite protesting, it still showed the fans' passion. With Excellent Era's recent performances, they couldn't just turn a blind eye towards the fans, so they sent some people out to calm them down and provided them with food and drinks. Later, it was said that they invited a few representatives of the fans to go inside and have a chat. A chaotic day passed by just like that. The next day was a business day, so Mo Qiang did the same thing that he had done yesterday. He made a post and contacted the clubs for the rewards. Oh, you killed them, and you have video proof. The person who replied today was someone who managed this type of work. not an answering machine. "Yeah, should I send over the videos?" Mo Qiang asked. "Sure, go ahead." The manager clearly didn't care. "Okay," Mo Qiang replied. He sent the files and the other side received them. Afterwards he commented, "This is for 104 kills." "How many?" The manager rubbed his eyes as if he had read the message incorrectly. He felt like it would only be a few times at most for a few hundred yuan. How could he have imagined that the other side would say 104 times? The amount of money to be paid out for that amount already broke the 10,000 range. 104 times. If you don't believe me, you can count. My recording should be quite clear. Mo Qiang replied and then sent another file over. "Why did you send it again?" The manager was confused. "It's another file, 112 times." Mo Qiang said. "There's more," the manager cried. "Of course," Mo Qiang said. The manager received it while feeling astonished. This was already within the 20,000 yuan range. And then a third, a fourth, a fifth. "How many do you have?" The manager couldn't believe his eyes. 10 files for a total of 1,500 times. Mo Qiang replied. 1,500 times, 150000. The manager was completely stunned. He stared at the files sent and didn't know what to say. "I'll keep working hard," Mo Qiang said. Wait. We'll have to look over all of your videos before talking again." The manager replied. 1,500 times 150,000 yuan. The number was so ridiculous that they seemed fake. The manager felt like he had encountered a scammer, so he had to verify it. As a result, he hastily called over people to watch the videos and confirm the number count. 10 videos. 1,500 kills. Even though he killed them 5 times in some of the videos, it wouldn't be easy to look through them, especially since they had to check if he was hacking. After working busily for the entire day, the specialists came to a conclusion. There were no problems with any of the videos. "Are you joking?" The videos weren't fake. Moreover, the manager had counted the number of kills, exactly 1,500. However, killing them that many times in an entire week only existed in theory. Anyone who understood anything about the game would know that something wasn't right. Even the video specialists expressed how even though the videos were clean, the content themselves, the responsibility had exceeded this manager's power. It was clearly a fraud, but there was no proof. 1,500 times meant that each player had died 300 times. 5 deaths 1 level, so 60 levels lost. For 5 players to have lost 60 levels in 1 week. If the 5 weren't killing themselves on purpose, then only an idiot would believe it. This has to be fake, the manager felt. Something so ridiculous didn't need proof. However, he knew the other side must have understood this too, yet he still spoke so frankly. Why was he not afraid? The manager felt like this issue was a bit complicated and he couldn't make a rash decision. Moreover, he was just acting on behalf of others. This was something created by all of the clubs who had allied together. How could he represent all of the clubs? As a result, he decided to ask his boss for help. Anyone would immediately understand something so obvious. No one cared about the stuff on the surface. After all of the clubs received this news, they pondered over whether there was something more to this. They could already figure it out easily enough. Because as everyone already knew, these 5 accounts were Heavenly Justice's open accounts. What were open accounts? Open accounts were accounts with no identity and could be sacrificed at any time. And now, these 5 accounts had been killed in such a way. Trying to level them back up would be nearly the same as leveling them from scratch. They could already be considered as trashed. However, the sacrifice was worth it. 5 accounts, 150,000. Heavenly Justice had done it. All of the guilds now thought that they were the perpetrators. Who would have thought that such a famous guild would do something so dirty? The clubs now had an even worse impression of Heavenly Justice. None of them had a good feeling about them ever since their eye-catching step onto the professional stage. However, in the end, give it to him, the clubs decided despite their anger. They weren't angry towards the money, but rather this incident. They had been scammed. However, when they thought of heavenly justice, everyone still felt cautious. If they prodded at them any further, who knew if they would do something in return? Heavenly justice couldn't be underestimated. Give them the money. Leave it alone. At the same time, they began to ponder whether Lord Grimm or Deception would do the same. If they also let themselves die, then that would be even more disgusting. The King's Avatar, Volume 5, Ace Showdown, Chapter 508, Chapter 508. Out of expectations, the videos were sent and examined carefully for an entire day. In the end, the clubs grit their teeth and contacted Mo Qiang, who happily accepted the reward. Mo Qiang himself was surprised. He didn't think that it would have been so easy. Why else would he have made a post online as a cover or record of all of the calls? The other side had taken a close look at the videos, so he thought there would be a huge argument between them, but contrary to his expectations, they simply responded with 2 words: bank account. The deal went so smoothly that Mo Qiang was somewhat astonished. He gave the other side his bank account's routing number and called Ye Xiu. Really? Well, that's good. Ye Xiu was quite calm and didn't seem too surprised. This was because he had another window open on his screen. Lulan Slash was crying. You guys have given us a lot of trouble. What's wrong? Ye Xiu asked. The clubs have been scammed of 150,000 yuan, and it turns out they weren't just going to swallow it so easily. Mo Qiang. In their eyes, he was just a subordinate, so they didn't make things difficult for Mo Qiang. Instead, they directly contacted Lulan Slash and sent him a message showing their disdain towards him. The message was clear. The clubs wanted to let Lulan Slash know that they weren't stupid with more money than sense. This small amount of money wasn't much to them, so if you wanted it, you could have it. We're too lazy to bicker with you over this matter, but for you to actually plot something like this, we're definitely going to look down on you. Lulan Slash felt wronged. He felt like earning profit like this wasn't his style, so he had refused to collaborate with Ye Xiu. Who would have thought that the blame would be put entirely on him? Ye Xiu had come off clean without a speck of dirt. Lulan Slash also had to blame himself for overlooking this matter. Those 5 accounts had been his, so if someone else used them, then wouldn't it be obvious what the outcome would be? God replied, "Ha ha ha ha, it looks like I've wronged you." Lulan Slash felt like he had been cheated. Just tell them I was the one who did it. Wouldn't that solve everything? God followed up with another message, making Lulan Slash feel at ease again. Taking a bit of blame was nothing, but if the other side really had intended on pushing the blame onto him, then he would have felt uneasy. Seeing the reply and then thinking about his interactions with God, Lulan Slash now truly believed that this God didn't care about this at all, so God didn't have any intentions of making him a scapegoat. Everything had just been an accident. In any case, they're already set on believing that I did it. I'm too lazy to explain, so that'll be that then, Lulan Slash decided. Are you sure you don't want a share of it? Ye Xiu asked. No need, no need, Lulan Slash jumped. Even though he had been made a scapegoat, he hadn't thought of asking for compensation. A leader knew there were things that he should and shouldn't do. Lulan Slash was clearly a very principled youth. The money has arrived. Mo Qiang was very excited. His entire week of hard work had paid off. The clubs displayed their demeanor, expressing how this matter was beneath them. They didn't make any delays and immediately transferred the money over to Mo Qiang. Okay, then I'll leave it with you for now. How are the other matters I talked to you about going? Ye Xiu asked. Senior, it's only been a day. Give me some time, Mo Qiang said. See you then, Ye Xiu said. It'll be done, so don't worry. Mo Qiang received the reward and was in high spirits. Yesterday, he said how gathering those materials might have been difficult, but he seemed much more confident now. In the time that it took for him to raise his hands, he had earned 150,000 yuan. In the same amount of time, the money he earned would be completely spent. From start to finish, the money never touched his hands. His trust in the other side was admirable as well. Time to level up. Ye Xiu stretched and continued to kill monsters. On the club's side, after sending the money to Mo Qiang's account, they urgently convened for an online meeting, discussing the issue of the other two players' bounty. The rewards for the 5 open accounts might not have cost much, but money was still money. The money had flowed right out of their accounts and had even left a stain. The presidents of the clubs may have a certain amount of financial power in their hands, but that power wasn't their club's power. All of these things would be assessed in their annual financial record. The amount of money wasn't much, but it would still be infuriating. It would make them seem like they had no ability. For their appearances, this small amount of money didn't matter. For internal affairs, it was a deep cut to their hearts. Heavenly justice had cheated them of a portion of money. If deception and Lord Grimm cheated them too, they would be making the same mistake twice. It would be unforgivable. The loophole for this bounty was too big. Neither the public nor the private wanted to continue. Not long after holding the meeting, several presidents decided to withdraw. If someone left, then the burden would be split by the others. No one would agree to that, so after another 10 minutes, they unanimously decided to stop giving out the bounty. Next time, if they had to make such a move, they had to be more careful. The bounties had only been placed a week ago. Not only were there no signs of their target, the 5 dummies had cost the clubs 150,000 yuan. This sort of result made them very displeased. More importantly, the activity had created a huge wave of excitement. Ending it would require an explanation. The 150,000 yuan couldn't be spent for nothing. They provided the videos bought for 150,000 yuan as proof for the success of their move. In reality, they grit their teeth every time they saw those 10 videos, especially those huge glamorous words Zhaoqiang Productions. The more they watched, the more annoyed they became and had the opening titles deleted. Those 5 dummies had been dealt with, but those other 2's bounties had to be explained too. Unfortunately, they hadn't been able to kill either of them a single time. In the end, they could only express with a magnanimous voice how Lord Grimm and Deception had committed crimes and then hid like cowards, abandoning their 5 brothers and letting them die over and over again. Because everyone was very busy right now, we've decided to stop the activity, and we can't promise something like this will ever happen again. Scrap pickers, behave yourself. It turned out that, for a majority of the players, they actually believed the clubs had been hugely successful. The videos shared to the public were highlights picked from the 10 video files. As a result, the normal players didn't know about the loophole that had been exploited. This time, the clubs had used scrap pickers as a pretense to justify their actions. Who would have thought that their actions would actually help get rid of them? Afterwards, a lot fewer scrap pickers appeared in the heavenly domain. The players were smart. Facing the annoying scrap pickers, they used the actions of the club-backed guilds as a threat. The bounty had benefited the community and the clubs were praised for it. However, these were all things that came after a period of time. Right now, who did this affect the greatest? Ye Xiu, of course. Even though the danger was still there, he didn't need to worry about how every piece of grass or stone might suddenly turn into an enemy. Killing monsters over the next 2 days went relatively peacefully. Lord Grimm steadily reached level 54. With the amount of time Ye Xiu had spent playing the game, his leveling speed after level 50 was considered quite slow, but what choice did he have? He couldn't run any dungeons. Starting from this day, Ye Xiu was no longer busy with only in-game affairs. He started spending time outside the game studying and researching. Why? Because the upgrade path for the 1000-chance umbrella was limited to this. For level 55, 60, 65, and 70, Ye Xiu needed to look all over the glory world to find suitable materials for it. In addition, the materials needed for these next few stages would be much more expensive than before. This was because starting from level 55, the heavenly domain existed, making it even larger than the old glory mainland, so there would naturally be many more items available. Finding suitable materials out of all of the materials available would require a lot of research. Ye Xiu became even busier. As for Chen Guo, she was still the boss for the internet cafe and had other priorities besides the game. Every day, she would have to spend some time patrolling the internet cafe. Like usual, the first thing she did in the morning was get up and go for a walk. Outside the entrance to the cafe, she sucked in a breath of fresh air and stretched her arms. When she looked ahead, a person was crossing the street, heading towards Happy Internet Cafe. When he arrived in front of the door, he gave Chen Guo a smile. Chen Guo looked at him. He looked to be a bit over 30 years old and looked intelligent and capable. This type of person didn't seem like someone who would go to an internet cafe first thing in the morning. He probably had something urgent come up and needed to use a computer. Chen Guo studied him while giving him a smile back. Who would have thought this person would be the first to speak? Is Ye Xiu here? Ah, for a moment Chen Guo was in a daze as she stared dumbly at this person. She suddenly felt like he looked a bit familiar. Was he a pro player? Chen Guo quickly recalled all of the pro players she recognized but couldn't register a match. Is he here? The other side saw Chen Guo lost in thought and asked again. Oh, come with me. Chen Guo nodded her head and led the person up the stairs. He was looking for Ye Xiu, and because she wasn't anyone too close to Ye Xiu, she didn't feel like she had the right to ask about his business. Right when she got upstairs, the door to the room opened and Ye Xiu walked out with a cigarette in his mouth. Ye Xiu saw Chen Guo and then looked in surprise at the person behind her. He came looking for you. Chen Guo made way and introduced him. The expression on Ye Xiu's face didn't change much. He simply nodded his head. He held open the door and invited the person in. The person also nodded his head and then walked into the room with a smile on his face. Chen Guo followed after him, but she wasn't as nice to Ye Xiu. She immediately asked him out of curiosity, "Who is he? He seems kind of familiar. I feel like I should recognize him." "Excellent Era's boss." Ye Xiu smiled as he walked into the room. The King's Avatar Volume 5 Ace Showdown Chapter 509 Chapter 509. I don't want any of that. Chen Guo suddenly understood. That's right. The person in question was none other than the CEO of Excellent Era's Club, the true boss, Tao Xuan. She had seen him before on some reports, but as the CEO, he didn't get as much media exposure as the players. Therefore, there was much less attention fixed on him. As a result, Chen Guo only felt that his face looked familiar instead of immediately recognizing him. Upon hearing Ye Xiu's words, she finally remembered. Excellent Era's CEO was personally paying a visit. Chen Guo immediately realized that there was much brewing under the surface. She couldn't help but follow the two into the room with all of her worries and curiosities. Upon seeing them staring at her, she found herself embarrassed on the spot, pointing towards her own room. "I'll be going back to my own room." While her words were still leaving her mouth, she had already moved with brisk steps. She quickly entered the room, closed the door, and then flattened herself against it. "Sit." In the living room, Ye Xiu gave his seat to Tao Xuan before standing next to the window. "How's everything going?" Tao Xuan asked Ye Xiu as he settled himself on the couch. "Pretty good." Ye Xiu answered and fished a cigarette out of his pocket. With a wave of his hand, Ye Xiu tossed it towards Tao Xuan. Surprised, Tao Xuan paused for a split second. When he reached out to catch it, it was already too late. Tao Xuan picked the cigarette up from the floor. After he held it uncomfortably for a moment, he set the small offer on the table and looked up at Ye Xiu with a smile. "I quit." "Oh, really? Well, I didn't hear about that." Ye Xiu spoke. He took a deep breath and blew the smoke out the window. In another short silence, Tao Xuan looked around the room as he asked with a laugh, "You live here?" "Yeah," Ye Xiu nodded. "Living with such beauty, aren't you afraid of upsetting Ma Cheng?" Tao Xuan joked. "He he he." Ye Xiu chuckled 3 times and then wiped his smirk away. He looked at Tao Xuan in all seriousness. State your business. Instead of avoiding Ye Xiu's gaze, Tao Xuan met it straight on with his own before replying with the same smile. Come back. To where? Back to excellent era. Bang. The door Chen Guo's room sounded as if something crashed into it. Ye Xiu shook his head, laughed before calling out, If you want to listen in, just come inside. Shame. The door was pulled open, and out of it, Chen Guo appeared with a turmoil of emotions on her face, embarrassment mixed with anger. Ye Xiu looked at her, smiled, then turned to Tao Xuan and continued the conversation. What could I possibly do back in excellent era? Coach, Tao Xuan answered quickly. Oh, me as a coach. Could this be part of your scheme? Ye Xiu asked. This time Tao Xuan didn't reply as quickly. His gaze averted as well and dropped to the table before him. The cigarette on the table laid all by itself in solitude. Chen Guo stared at him, suppressing the urge to scream in his face. How dare he come to ask Ye Xiu to go back? Did he have any sense of shame left? In the end, her gaze bounced back and forth on the two's faces as if she was trying to decode some hidden message from them. I have no interest watching from the bench. I like the stage the best. Ye Xiu suddenly broke the stagnant silence. This sentence put a smile on Tao Xuan's face. He lifted his head. Coaching would only be temporary. After the 1 year required leave, you can return immediately. Of course, I would go back immediately. Ye Xiu laughed. Tao Xuan understood the subtext in Ye Xiu's words right away. I'm going back no matter what. Tao Xuan smiled bitterly. What's the point? What is your point? Ye Xiu shoveled Tao Xuan's words back. Tao Xuan's expression turned agitated. Ye Xiu's retort seemed to poke a nerve in him. The answer to the question was that there was no point. There was no need for both of them to have this conversation in the first place. Additionally, when Ye Xiu replied, his answer seemed to imply more than returning to excellent era. Both you and I watched the league become what it is today step by step. Both of us know this well. The current league isn't the same as before. Tao Xuan opened his mouth again. The big team's success helps the league grow. Brilliant stars help expand the league's influence. They are what the league need the most now. In a match, strategy and teamwork are surely important to determine the outcomes. However, stars are what drives ticket sales the most. Of all of your intricate strategies, if we sample 1 million audience members, how many of them do you think will understand them? None. That cannot grip the players' hearts. What do the players like to see? 1 versus 3 in a challenge match and a lone hero in a team battle. These are the things that they talk about. These are what they want, like, and hope to see. These are what they view as miracles. Tao Xuan paused for a moment and observed Ye Xiu's expression. He even looked at Chen Guo before he continued. Why do they call Zhou Zekai the best in glory? Is it simply because he looks the best? No. What's important is that his skills are extravagantly displayed and that his battles are splendidly fought. In the eyes of the players, splendor means difficulty. It means skill. You might say such opinions are extremely shallow, but what people like to see is exactly this shallowness. Your legendary technique, you said that you created it for fun. You said its practicality was limited, but what about it? All of the fans see it as your signature technique. Does it matter that its practicality is limited? No, it doesn't matter. What matters is that it's irreplaceable. You are the only one who can perform it, so it became an irreplaceable splendor. When you stopped using it, people believed that your skill level dropped. When you used it at all stars, you ignited the whole stadium's excitement instantaneously. I don't believe that you didn't see all of these things. After an emotional speech, there was not a single trace of a smile on Tao Xuan's face. He stared intently at Ye Xiu. Ye Xiu only smiled. All of what you have just said are true, but I don't want any of them. What do you want? Victory. Ye Xiu gazed straight at Tao Xuan. Tao Xuan looked as if he had lost all of his strength at once. After a while, he opened his mouth again. This time a hint of sarcasm was mixed in with his words. "You honestly believe that you can still regain your former glory?" "I will try," Ye Xiu replied. "You cannot do it," Tao Xuan stated. "Are you that sure?" Surprisingly, Ye Xiu still found the nerve to laugh. "Yes." "Then we'll see," Ye Xiu promised. "Very good, let's see it happen." Tao Xuan stood up. "Humph. Before that, make sure your excellent era doesn't get kicked out first." Upon realizing that the conversation ran aground, Chen Guo added, unable to hold herself back. "He he." Tao Xuan laughed, clearly belittling the threat. "Even if excellent era got kicked out, we can still rejoin the league after a year. We've set our sights on the future. We will not be tied down by our past. Those who stand in our ways will be kicked away mercilessly." "Yeah, about that, you did a very good job indeed." Ye Xiu commented half-heartedly. "I'll take my leave." "I won't see you out." Tao Xuan walked hurriedly to the door, but he stopped when he pulled it open. He didn't look back as he added, "The league won't be going back to the way it used to be in the past. I know that, but I'm too old to keep moving forward." Ye Xiu spoke. "Initially, you could have had a perfect end," Tao Xuan said. "Whether my end is perfect or not, I'll decide that," Ye Xiu retorted. After standing in the doorway for a long time, Tao Xuan finally turned around. "For all these years' sake, I will grant one wish of yours." "Oh, even if you want to move one autumn leaf out of excellent era," Tao Xuan finished. "That would be very costly," Ye Xiu grinned. "As long as you set the price, I will not make it any harder for you," Tao Xuan promised. Tao Xuan's words shook Chen Guo's heart. She knew that changing ownership of a character was far harder than changing the team of a player. The value of a player would fluctuate based on the player's performance, but character would not. The value of a character would only go up. This was because characters were objects. As long as there was someone to command them, they would obey every order with perfect precision. Its value could be fully utilized. Players were a different story. If there was one who really wanted to change teams, the club would probably acquiesce because forced situations don't end well most of the time. This logic applies to people but not characters. There were a lot of steps involved for a player to change teams. There were also a lot of negotiations about the money involved. However, if a character changed ownership, the buyer was almost guaranteed to face a ridiculous price proposed by the sales. As a result, during the transferring time window, there would always be a lot of players moving around. In comparison, there would hardly be any transferring of characters. For Tao Xuan to actually let go of one autumn leaf, the trump card of excellent era, without setting barriers on the cost, the promise held a heavy weight. "Very well," Ye Xiu nodded. "I want dancing rain." "What?" Chen Guo exclaimed in confusion. Tao Xuan's surprise appeared on his face as well, but he didn't say much. He only nodded in consent. "Okay, I will keep my word." "Thank you." "Well then." Tao Xuan turned around. "I never thought that I would ever be saying these words to you one day. See you on stage." "I thought of it way earlier. See you on stage," Ye Xiu replied calmly. Tao Xuan left. Chen Guo pressed herself against the window. Soon she saw him walk out of the internet cafe, striding across the street. Without hesitating or turning back, he stepped through Excellent Era's entrance. "You guys were friends once upon a time, right?" Chen Guo asked Ye Xiu. "Yes," Ye Xiu acknowledged. He walked past the table, picked up the cigarette on floor, lit it, and then walked out of the room. "Where are you going?" Chen Guo asked hurriedly. "The game, of course. You coming?" Turning his head around, Ye Xiu asked with the same smile. "Of course." Chen Guo followed him right away, finding tranquility in her heart. She realized that her worries for Ye Xiu had been totally unnecessary. In room 213, the two logged into the game together. In the past 2 days, Chen Guo was always helping Ye Xiu level up, so they were in the same place. Immediately after he logged in, Ye Xiu spotted a burn mark on the ground. With a momentary pause, Lord Grimm spun around in a full 360 degrees circle, completely surveying the surroundings instantaneously. Something seemed to have tipped him off as Ye Xiu yelled at Chen Guo frantically. "Run!" "What?" Chen Guo's chasing haze just logged in when Ye Xiu shouted at her. She had no time to react when a pile of bright visual effects descended upon her like a fishing net. The King's Avatar Volume 5 Ace Showdown. Thank you for listening to the story on KevinAudio.com. Chapter 510. Chapter 510. Ambushed online. What's happening? Chen Guo only had time to call out in surprise before her screen was filled with resplendent lights. She hastily shifted chasing haze out of the way, but she was routed as soon as she took 2 steps. Waves of attacks caused chasing haze to stay in a stunned state. Her health disappeared in chunks with a whoosh. Chen Guo quickly gulped down a health potion, but it didn't ease the situation at all. "It's finished," Chen Guo knew in her heart. Her reaction was too slow. The reason she was able to move a few steps in the beginning was not because the opponents failed to land an attack, but because every character was invincible for the first 3 seconds the moment they logged on. But after that, the opponent's attacks were effective. Chen Guo didn't have time to let chasing haze escape at all. In that instant, her eyes were filled with uncountable resplendent attacks that were targeted at chasing haze. She only saw a bunch of tightly packed, varied debuff symbols, which resembled the densely packed maggots found in corpses, causing her to feel nauseated. It has already come to this. Chen Guo didn't expect there to be any hope. She only glanced quickly towards Ye Xiu's side. She was sure that an ambush this scale was aimed for him. Tap, 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 tap. Intense and rapid typing taps came from Ye Xiu. His hands danced across the keyboard continuously without stopping. His expression was very serious, which showed that the situation wasn't easy to handle. From his screen, Lord Grimm was shown to be moving about at high speed. Continuous attacking lights and silhouettes brushed past Lord Grimm, making Chen Guo feel worried as she watched. The clear sound of the system's prompt transmitted through Chen Guo's ears amidst all the chaotic variety of attacks. From this, she knew that her chasing haze had fallen. Chen Guo quickly opened her inventory to take a quick look. She heaved a long sigh of relief when she saw that her weapon didn't drop. After coming upon the fact that she only dropped a ring, which was an inexpensive blue equipment, she turned a blind eye towards it. As her ghost floated up, she could see a bird's-eye view from the sky. However, a ghost could only see everything in black and white, so she couldn't see much apart from the lights from skills. Fortunately, these skills stopped after chasing haze was killed. Chen Guo was looking for Ye Xiu's Lord Grimm when she saw a gray shadow move across her screen. A character's ghost is shapeless, so this character had come from her ghost's position. It was why she felt as if the shadow had suddenly appeared in front of her. Chen Guo glanced at the shadow that had passed by. Wasn't that Lord Grimm? A helicopter blade spun above Lord Grimm's head. He had used rotor blade, a mechanic's skill, to fly across. Then Chen Guo saw a witch riding a broomstick fly over. The witch jumped in midair and swept her broom towards Lord Grimm. Lord Grimm quickly retracted his mechanical rotors and returned fire with his gun before the witch could sweep him down with her broom. Bang! Flames spurted out from the gun's mouth, and the witch fell to the ground. Lord Grimm used the recoil from the bullets to fly out. Midway, he drew his sword and crashed to the ground with a falling light blade. At nearly the same time, a sword light shot towards the sky. Blade Master's skill. Sky plunging blade. The sword light twinkled like the stars in space, brushing past Lord Grimm. If not for Lord Grimm's falling light blade which sped up his fall, he would have been struck by the sky plunging blade. Although this strike had missed, a second one followed up shortly after. A streak of crimson sword light swung towards Lord Grimm, who had not reached the ground yet. The berserker's wild blood strike allowed the player to slice either vertically or horizontally. This berserker sliced horizontally across. Lord Grimm was unable to dodge the attack while in the air. He lifted his sword and parried the attack. He attacked to defend, making his sword collide with the enemy's blade. Parrying was essentially meeting an attack with another attack. The resulting damage would be judged by both sides' attack. Lord Grimm was lower leveled, and he didn't use a skill either, so his strike couldn't compare to the Berserker's. Wild Blood Strike knocked Lord Grimm's offensive parry aside. The Crimson Sword Light continued to move horizontally towards Lord Grimm, and looked as if it would cut Lord Grimm into two. Clang! It resulted in another rattle. Lord Grimm's sword in his right hand had been knocked aside, while the umbrella's shaft in his left hand swung forward. Dual sword style. Chen Guo was surprised. Even though she had played Glory with Ye Xiu for a long time, it was her first time seeing the 1000-chance umbrella use a dual sword move. This attack needed its corresponding weapon as a foundation. Out of the numerous weapons that existed in Glory, only Nightwalkers possessed dual blades. The Nightwalkers consisted of assassins, warlocks, ninjas, and thieves. Out of the four, the assassin could use the dual sword style to full effect. In the Pro Alliance, the player most famed for this was the captain of Team 301 Degrees, Yang Kong. His character, Scenery Killer, wielded a famous silver dual-blade weapon in Glory, Chaotic Winding Shadow Swords. It would be a waste if an assassin who used dual blades didn't delve into the dual sword style. Yang Kong had perfectly mastered dual sword style. In fact, the reason he was able to become an all-star was mainly because of his skills and performance. His character, Scenery Killer, couldn't really be counted as top tier in the Pro Alliance. The dual sword style was the bane of parries. Parrying using two swords had its advantages. At this moment, Ye Xiu made use of this advantage to block the Wild Blood Strike using two strikes. With the first parry, his weapon was knocked aside. The second time, he successfully parried against the attack, but it wasn't enough to completely defend against the Wild Blood Strike attack. The light from Wild Blood Strike still swept across his character, but Lord Grimm used the recoil from his parry in order to move backwards. This movement allowed Lord Grimm to escape from being caught by another chain of attacks. If he actually wanted to fully defend against Wild Blood Strike, Ye Xiu could have simply used the Blade Master skill Guard. As a skill, the effects were much better than something done through normal means. But at this moment, Ye Xiu needed to parry against the attack, so he didn't completely negate the attack. If he had used Guard, the blow-away effect from the Wild Blood Strike would have been reduced by a lot. By parrying, he was able to utilize the blow-away effect in order to quickly move and dodge the next chain of attacks. Lord Grimm rolled when he landed on the ground, leaving chasing Hayes's death camera. The ghost's line of view couldn't be moved around, so when she could no longer see the fight from her screen, she looked at Ye Xiu's screen. However, his high-speed movements always made her feel dizzy. She could all sorts of flickering glows of attacks from Ye Xiu's screen. Lord Grimm was like a stormtrooper weaving in between gunfire, using astonishing techniques to dodge. Health. There would still be a decrease in health after being scraping by the attacks. For example, the parry used against the Wild Blood Strike. Even if he used skills like parry under the limits of his level, it would be impossible to neutralize all of the damage, let alone a basic parry. However, more importantly, compared to his health was his rapidly decreasing stamina. Stamina wasn't only consumed when sprinting. Walking, jumping, rolling, even normal attacks consumed stamina. Lord Grimm's stamina decreased at such a rapid pace because he was using all sorts of movements to dodge attacks. He was able to survive until now, but what would happen when his stamina ran out? Chen Guo was very worried, but she wasn't able to provide any sort of help. She even found it hard to look at Ye Xiu's screen. Chen Guo peeked at her own screen and saw people appearing and disappearing from her screen from time to time. Their direction was mainly turned towards the direction where Lord Grimm had disappeared to. Which guild did these people belong to? Chen Guo noticed the names of the characters who entered her view, but no one's guild tag was visible. She didn't know whether they were deliberately hidden or that they just didn't have a guild. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ye Xiu played while he counted quietly to himself. He didn't have enough spare time to let Lord Grimm identify who his opponents were. He could only judge the amount of people by the attacks he continuously dodged. 15. In the blink of an eye, he counted 15. This was only a conservative estimate based on his judgment. Lord Grimm had dodged 15 attacks from different classes so far, which indicated that there were at least 15 characters who were besieging him. It was a plotted ambush. Ye Xiu knew it in his heart. The moment he logged on, he noticed the black trace marks on the ground. It was the remains of the elementalist's fire attacks. It hadn't been refreshed yet, which indicated that the attacks were only done recently and that there were players around. Ye Xiu would obviously be suspicious if there were people around him. He quickly spun his character's camera around and instantly saw some other marks made by skills other than the scorched trace marks. There was more than one person. At that moment, Ye Xiu understood what was going on. The marks dealt by attacks were organized in Ye Xiu's eyes, so he immediately tried to break out of range of the spell marks. He was able to do it, but Chen Guo hadn't been fortunate enough to escape from it. The opponent's intention was very clear, but at this moment Ye Xiu didn't have the time to think about their identities. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions. Lord Grimm dodged a launcher's stinger, which left a sea of fire behind him. Although he continually used his stamina to make enhanced movements, he still couldn't break away from his opponents. The enemies predicted Lord Grimm's movement and sent out attacks towards where he would be. Apart from the wave of attacks in the beginning, the opponents no longer had the intention to kill their target in a single wave. The attacks were never-ending and continuous, meaning that they were planning to grind Lord Grimm to death. It was the very same technique Ye Xiu had used with Lulen Slash's group to kill Sun Xiang. Who would have thought that the skill he had just used would be used by someone else on him? Fortunately, their skill level and teamwork were inferior to Lulen Slash's group, and Ye Xiu's experience was far greater than Sun Xiang's. By avoiding the significant attacks, while taking the insignificant attacks, Ye Xiu was able to allow Lord Grimm to survive the enemy's assault. However, this wasn't a good long-term plan. Dodging attacks like this consumed too much stamina. Even if you ignored the limitations of his own energy or his character's HP and stamina, Lord Grimm was only level 54. If he continued on like this without fully escaping from the pursuers, he would certain die. The King's Avatar Volume 5 Ace Showdown Chapter 511 Chapter 511. Expert Commander. The battle ensuing on Ye Xiu's screen was a blur to Chen Guo's eyes. She could still see his status clearly. Lord Grimm's life was dancing on a blade's edge the entire time. This meant that the only thing Ye Xiu could do was survive longer than her chasing haze. It was hard to say if he would be able to escape or not. What should she do? Chen Guo was extremely worried. Whether she revived and rushed back or called for help, it would be too late now. Everything depended on Ye Xiu. Ye Xiu's normal lazy look often made Chen Guo grind her teeth in anger, but at this moment she really wanted to see the look on his face. However, it wasn't there. He had an expression of concentration on his face. The sounds of rapid tapping and clicking continued to be produced by his two hands. The screen had already made Chen Guo feel dizzy. Now even the sounds made her feel uneasy. In any case, she should try to do something. Chen Guo revived her chasing haze and ran in his direction. She didn't know if she would be able to arrive in time, nor did she know if she would be able to provide any help. She didn't want to sit there and do nothing. As she sprinted over like mad, Chen Guo glanced at Lord Grimm's coordinates and health from time to time. Ye Xiu was still trying to hang on. Chen Guo hated how she couldn't just teleport there. Even if she could only block attacks for him, it would be enough. Suddenly, Chen Guo realized the room had quieted down. Ye Xiu's rapid tapping and clicking ceased. Chen Guo was alarmed. She immediately turned her head but discovered his screen was still colorful. Lord Grimm hadn't died. He was hiding behind a stone wall covered in moss. "Ah, you escaped." Chen Guo was overjoyed at the good news, but then she saw Lord Grimm suddenly run forwards a bit. All sorts of bright effects from attacks could be seen exploding behind him. People were attacking his previous hiding place, but he had been able to run out in time. "Not yet," Ye Xiu replied to Chen Guo's question, but being able to talk meant that the situation had become much better than before. She looked at Ye Xiu's current position, Milo Ancient Ruins. Milo Ancient Ruins was one of the level 55 leveling areas in the Heavenly Domain. The background lore described this place as the ruins of an ancient city, which had been destroyed 1,000 years ago by an earthquake and volcanic explosion. Most of it was already buried beneath the ground. The remnants, visible above ground, had been weathered by time, badly damaged and in pieces. Milo Ancient Ruins wasn't a large area because it wasn't a leveling area with many monsters. The surface remnants were only small portions of the ancient ruins. They were like a line guiding players towards the real Milo Ancient City, which was buried underground. In the past, Milo Ancient City had been a huge 100-player dungeon, where countless players died. Chen Guo looked at Lord Grimm's level. He was level 54, but still needed half a bar of experience before he would reach level 55. He wouldn't be able to suddenly reach level 55 and run into the dungeon to hide. Ye Xiu had Lord Grimm run here in order to take advantage of the terrain and shake off his pursuers. 20 players. Ye Xiu pushed the microphone on his headphones to the side and spoke to Chen Guo. He was afraid his pursuers would hear his voice and figure out his position. Right now, Lord Grimm was hiding in the corner of a stone room and was looking out from a small crack in the wall. "Oh, it's just a guess, but it should be around there." Ye Xiu figured out the strength of his enemies while hiding and running. "Who are they?" Chen Guo asked. "I don't know, that's not important right now. These players are all average in skill, but their commander is very troublesome." Ye Xiu said. "Who's the commander?" Chen Guo was astonished. To be able to make Ye Xiu feel pressure, this person must be at the pro level. "I'm not sure. I haven't had the chance to see him." Ye Xiu was helpless. He had been running for his life the entire time. Figuring out the enemy numbers was already impressive enough. Under the situation where the enemy commander was giving orders through text in a private chat, figuring out who the commander was among 20 people was nearly impossible. "If I figure out who the commander is and kill him, the remaining subordinates will be easy enough," Ye Xiu said. "FCK." Right as Ye Xiu finished speaking, he suddenly cursed out loud. He hastily tapped his keyboard and Lord Grimm rolled out of the corner. Bang! Behind him, a hole suddenly appeared in the stone wall. Bits of gravel flew out into the corner. Only a sharpshooter's thunder snipe had that sort of penetration power. Bang! Following afterwards, an even louder sound erupted. A small mushroom cloud rose up in the corner of that room. A launcher had fired a heat-seeking missile into there. Several characters suddenly popped up in Lord Grimm's line of sight. A berserker charged forward using colliding stab. The usage of this skill reflected Ye Xiu's evaluation of their skill. Ye Xiu simply leaped backwards, and the berserker awkwardly stopped in front of Lord Grimm. Colliding stab had reached the limits of its attack range. Ye Xiu didn't give him a second chance to try again. Lord Grimm knocked the berserker high into the air and flung him away. Another 2 players followed after the berserker, but how could they have known their ally would turn into their enemy? One of them jumped to the left, while the other jumped to the right, but they soon discovered that not only had Lord Grimm thrown the berserker at them, he had also lobbed a grenade. It was too late for them to dodge. The grenade exploded, and all the 3 went tumbling through the air. Ye Xiu didn't bother with these 3 anymore and immediately had Lord Grimm turn around. He pointed his thousand-chance umbrella straight ahead and fired rapidly. Ahead, at a small intersection, a thief was laying a trap down when he saw the gun aimed at him. He hastily rolled to the side, but his trap had been hit by the gun. The trap sprung out of the ground and became useless. The thief was furious. When the Gatling gun finished firing, he wanted to jump out and show his fury. Suddenly, a bang sounded out from behind his butt and he was sent flying towards a pile of trash. While in the air, he turned his head and saw the scraps left behind by a mechanical seeker. However, he had no clue where it had come from. Lord Grim turned around and fired twice diagonally. A witch, who had been flying out, was hit down, and the Spitfire who had jumped onto the roof went stumbling backwards. Then, the thousand-chance umbrella changed into a spear. He released a falling flower palm at the incoming striker and grappler and sent them flying backwards. These two were puzzled. Lord Grim had clearly fired in a different direction. How did he turn around so quickly and use a falling flower palm? In a single breath, he had attacked 8 characters. He just happened to have turned around in a circle too. Ye Xiu saw an opening and immediately had Lord Grim charge through it. "I don't think any of these 8 are the commander." Ye Xiu suddenly spoke. "Ah." Chen Guo was afraid of bothering Ye Xiu, so she hadn't said anything to him. She didn't think Ye Xiu would be the one to speak. After a short pause, Chen Guo figured out Ye Xiu's meaning. "You're saying none of those 8 players are the commander?" "Yes." Ye Xiu nodded his head. "Or maybe this person is only good at commanding and doesn't have any actual battle skill," Chen Guo said. "It's possible." Ye Xiu didn't deny the possibility. Lord Grim rolled and jumped. He took notice of a narrow opening ahead and headed towards it. Right when he was about to go through it, an ice wall suddenly appeared, blocking his path. 6 players closed in on him from behind. They didn't give Ye Xiu any time to break the wall. Ye Xiu looked left and right. There were 6 enemies on his right and 3 on the left. It was obvious which direction he should head. At this moment, he heard a whirring sound from above. It was an enemy mechanic's rotor wing. 2 winter melon-like objects spiraled towards Lord Grim's head. The stomachs of these things split apart and bombs fell out. Lord Grim twisted his body and rolled to the left. At the same time, he fired twice towards the 2 winter melon-like objects. These winter melon-like objects exploded like grenades, turning into 2 balls of charred metal. However, the air raid had just begun. A witch broke through the explosion and flung a lava flask at Lord Grim's head. Ye Xiu's Lord Grim had already turned back around. He hadn't expected the enemy to hide such a move. Lord Grim jumped up into the air. His thousand-chance umbrella transformed into a spear as he stabbed at the witch. Pooh! The circle swing connected with the witch and sent the witch smashing into the ground. But this time, Ye Xiu had been a bit too slow and wasn't able to block the witch's lava flask. The lava flask shattered, and the ground instantly turned into an ocean of lava. Right when Lord Grim was about to plunge into the lava, the thousand-chance umbrella transformed into rotor wings, and he quickly flew over the lava field. After flying over the lava field, he charged towards the 3 on the left. The warlock among them immediately formed a black ball of light with his hands. The warlock positioned the curse arrow high up and didn't charge it up. The black ball shot out and transformed into a rain of countless black arrows. Ye Xiu had no way of dodging the attack by flying up and could only drop back down, but if he were to move any farther downwards, his feet would hit the ground. He might as well just run, so Ye Xiu cancelled the rotor wings and had Lord Grim land on the ground. Following afterwards, he used the shadow clone technique and instantly teleported in front of the warlock. The back throw input had already been entered, and so Lord Grim's 2 hands shot towards the warlock. At the same time, Ye Xiu saw the warlock's face covered by his mantle. It was a rough male face with a messy beard. With one look, he could tell it wasn't a system-generated face, but a scan of a real-life photo. "Old Wei." Ye Xiu shouted out in astonishment. The King's Avatar Volume 5 Ace Showdown Chapter 512, Chapter 512. Old God FCK, why are you so troublesome? Hurry up and die so I can get my 500. The warlock, who Ye Xiu called Old Wei, responded in an extremely loud voice. Chen Guo could even hear his voice from Ye Xiu's headphones clearly. His hands didn't stop moving either. The warlock jumped backwards. He had predicted Ye Xiu would use a back throw and dodged it. You're still looking at that 500. Did you not see the statement? Ye Xiu said, while continuing to attack. Lord Grimm shook the 1,000-chance umbrella and it transformed into a spear shooting towards the warlock. HM statement. What statement? The warlock asked. The bounty has already been withdrawn, Ye Xiu told him. FCK, that happened. Then all of the work this senior did was for nothing. Practicing the team's coordination and studying your work and rest schedule, the warlock shouted. Not my problem. Why didn't you start a day or two earlier? They only just withdrew it. Ye Xiu said. You're not trying to trick me, are you? What statement? Send it to me. The warlock yelled. 1 sec. Ye Xiu said. Chen Guo was stunned. Could everything that had happened today have just been an accident? Who the heck was this guy? Chen Guo was just about to ask when she suddenly discovered that while Ye Xiu should be finding a link to send to him, he didn't even have a web browser open. However, he had stopped controlling his character. Lord Grimm stood there, not moving. You. Chen Guo only said one word when a shadow suddenly appeared behind Lord Grimm. The shadow lifted its hands and cut downwards in a cold arc. Ye Xiu immediately input a string of commands. Lord Grimm stepped to the side and turned around, allowing Chen Guo to get a glimpse of the attacker. The shadow was an assassin holding a dagger. The assassin looked like a wild tiger undaunted by dangers. Chen Guo couldn't help but tremble. She recognized this skill, life-risking strike. Blood for blood, life for life. Life-risking strike didn't consume mana but rather used health. The assassin's health burned like mana for a final strike. As long as it hit, the health spent would do true damage to the opponent, ignoring all defenses. In other words, even if it were a weaponless assassin, as long as he used life-risking strike, he would guarantee that would do damage proportional to the amount of health he burned. The amount of health that could be burned depended on the skill's level. The higher the skill level was, the more health could be burned. The max-leveled skill had no limit to the amount of health that could be burned. One could even burn one's health to 0. However, once the skill ended, the assassin would certainly die. Life-risking strike could be an instant kill move. It was the only skill in Glory that could kill a full health character in one hit. Using one's own life in exchange for damage was fair. The only thing which limited the amount of damage this strike did was the assassin's own health. If one saw an assassin equipped with stamina-increasing equipment, then one would be extremely wary of this move. These types of assassins stacked health in order to fully utilize this life-risking strike. Assassins weren't a class with high stamina, so they didn't have much health. After an assassin burned his health, he would just be an extremely weakened cloth armor class. But if an assassin stacked stamina, any class would have to match up against them careful. This assassin suddenly used life-risking strike. Lord Grimm grew in a balanced manner, so while he didn't have a lot of health, he didn't have too little either. However, his level was low and his equipment were relatively weak. If this attack had hit, the true damage trading health for health was one thing. The skill's base damage was already painful enough for Lord Grimm. In addition, Lord Grimm wasn't at full health right now. An instant kill wouldn't have been hard for this assassin to achieve. Even though Lord Grimm stepped to the side, this assassin had clearly burned a lot of health. Lord Grimm had stepped to the side, but the assassin's quick movements from using this life-risking strike made it so Lord Grimm's sidestep not only did not widen the distance between them, but closed the distance. With Lord Grimm's stats, dodging this life-risking strike was clearly too difficult. Chen Guo thought Lord Grimm would certainly die from this strike. Suddenly, a dark light flashed, turning into a six-pointed star. A green goblin popped out from the six-pointed star right in between Lord Grimm and the assassin. The poor little goblin didn't even have time to understand the situation when it made a shrill cry. The assassin's life-risking strike smashed into its body. FCKKK. The assassin also cried out. The poor goblin had already exploded into a bloody corpse, but the assassin didn't feel sorry for the goblin at all. The life-risking strike, which he had burned almost all of his health for, had struck a weak little house pet. How could he not mourn? After life-risking strike was used, potions couldn't be used for a certain amount of time, and the user wouldn't be able to receive any healing spells during this time either. Otherwise, if one could chug potions and receive help from a cleric, there wouldn't be any risk involved in using this skill. Risking one's life meant no regrets. When Jing Qi attempted an assassination on Ying Zheng, he hadn't left a path for his retreat. DMN, even that didn't hit. Is there still any justice in this world? The warlock roared in fury. Nonsense. I was prepared for it, Ye Xiu said, while attacking back at the assassin. The assassin had burned his own health in order to kill a measly green goblin. He was still filled with grief and wasn't able to react. Ye Xiu seized this opportunity to give him a quick beating and killed the assassin. Chen Guo heard the two speaking to each other and became dumbstruck again. Both of them harbored evil intents. That warlock lied to Ye Xiu saying he could leave but had an assassin make a sneak attack. On the other hand, Ye Xiu pretended to be fooled but then took the chance to kill the enemy assassin. Neither of them were sincere, but in any case it was the warlock who started it. In addition, the warlock had set up an ambush as soon as he went online. More importantly, Chen Guo was definitely on Ye Xiu's side. Too despicable. Chen Guo moved closer to Ye Xiu's headphones and shouted. Where'd this beach come from? The warlock answered back without a hint of politeness. Ambushing us as soon as we log in, how low can you get? Chen Guo shouted. Ha 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 ha, you can remember this senior's name if you'd like. The warlock laughed. Pay, I'm not that shameless. If you've got the skill, 1v1 me. Chen Guo spat. Ha ha, are you hot? If you're hot, I can keep you company. If not, I don't have that sort of free time. The warlock responded. Cut the crap, do you dare to 1v1 me? Chen Guo shouted. Ha ha, how fiery, how about you find a room and wait for me there? The warlock chuckled. His wording sounded very dirty, making Chen Guo stamp her feet in anger. When she looked at Ye Xiu, she saw that he was still controlling Lord Grimm to have him break away from the trap. He also glanced at her as if he were looking at a dead person. What's with you? Chen Guo said. Do you know who this person is? Ye Xiu asked her. Who cares? Chen Guo was so furious that she wasn't afraid of anyone. His name is Wei Chen. Have you heard of his name before? Ye Xiu said. I don't think so. Who is he? Chen Guo heard Ye Xiu give a serious introduction to him, so she calmed down a bit. She reckoned his background wouldn't be small. He was most likely a pro player. However, this name. Chen Guo tried to think if she had ever heard the name before, but she really had no idea. He's already retired, Ye Xiu said. Oh, he probably retired a long time ago then. Chen Guo said, if he had retired a long time ago, it wouldn't be strange that she had no impression of his name. Yes, before he retired, he was Team Blue Rain's captain and Swixar's former owner, Ye Xiu said. Ah. Chen Guo suddenly turned cold. Swixar was the #1 warlock in glory and was currently in the hands of Team Blue Rain's captain Yu Wenzhou. Chen Guo thought that this person would be a pro player, but she didn't think he would be a captain-level player. In the pro scene, the captain of the team was often the team's best player. Even if the captain wasn't, the captain would at least be at an all-star level, let alone a captain of a powerhouse like Blue Rain. Why is he like a bandit? Chen Guo couldn't help but say. Compared to normal citizens, he's certainly a lot more crude. In those days when we just entered glory, he was already considered quite old. He retired after playing for only 2 years. Ye Xiu said. Is he very good? Chen Guo said. You know about Yu Wenzhou and Huang Xiaoshan, right? He brought them up by himself. Their styles were pretty much inherited from him. Ye Xiu said. Disabled hands and a chatterbox, Chen Guo asked. Can't you think of any positive traits? Ye Xiu coughed blood. Chen Guo had clearly said that intentionally. She knew very well just how good Yu Wenzhou and Huang Xiaoshan were. She just had a hard time imagining how such an immoral guy could bring up two top-tier experts. Comrade Ye Xiu, can you not hide? Come out and fight me in a battle to the death, Wei Chen challenged. While Ye Xiu was chatting with Chen Guo, he immediately had Lord Grimm break out of the encirclement after killing off the assassin. Right now, Lord Grimm was hiding in a corner. Don't you have any shame? You brought so many people and you're calling for a battle to the death. Chen Guo couldn't help but roar back. No one's stopping you guys from calling for help though, speaking of which I've been waiting all day. Have you really not called for any helpers? Your beach doesn't count. With that pathetic skill, all she's good for is lying in bed and playing around with. Wei Chen called out. I'm going to kill him. Chen Guo couldn't hold it back anymore. Calm down. Ye Xiu urged, in any case you're not his opponent, so why ask to be humiliated? Then what should I do? Chen Guo asked. Let me handle it, Ye Xiu grinned. They've found me again. Ye Xiu cried and had Lord Grimm escape. Chen Guo felt depressed. His current sorry state and his confident, let me handle it, was simply too conflicting. The King's Avatar Volume 5 Ace Showdown Chapter 513. Ye Xiu's shout seemed quite pathetic, but his hands continued to input commands in a steady and orderly way. He even had time to talk. His current situation was much better than it had previously been. Even so, Ye Xiu was far from having the advantage. Even though he had successfully killed off an enemy assassin, he relied on the assassin killing himself. The assassin had burned most of his life by using life-risking strike. If Ye Xiu couldn't finish off the minuscule amount of health remaining, he didn't deserve to play the game. Following afterwards, another flashy show started and Lord Grimm began hiding in corners again. The opponent's commander might be strong, but he didn't have that many people under his command. More importantly, Milo Ancient Ruins wasn't a leveling area. Back in Wilderness Town, Ye Xiu not only had to avoid being seen by 3 guilds, but he also had to make sure he didn't aggro any monsters, since it would have made it that much more troublesome. But Milo Ancient Ruins. Ye Xiu had already lit a cigarette. He was having quite an easy time playing hide and seek. If he has such a background, then is this Blue Brook Guild's doing? Chen Guo saw how Ye Xiu seemed to be relaxed, so she didn't need to stay silent. It doesn't seem like it. Ye Xiu shook his head. Blue Brook Guild would have brought a lot more experts. At the very least, they wouldn't have given him a random group of players, no. Then if he's not doing it for the Blue Brook Guild and there's no bounty, then what does he want? Chen Guo was puzzled. Suddenly, she heard Wei Chen shout, Listen to me, Ye Xiu, you're completely surrounded. Coming out and dying is your only path left. Logging off would be very shameful of you. Resisting would be a waste of time. Hurry up and come out. Give me that 500 yuan so I can go eat dinner. Didn't I tell you that the bounty was already withdrawn? Do you really not know about it, or are you just faking it? Ye Xiu replied. What was that? I can't hear you clearly. Speak louder, Wei Chen yelled. Ye Xiu immediately shut up. Wei Chen was lying. He wanted Ye Xiu to speak up so he could figure out his position. You don't want to fight and you don't want to log off. You're hiding to stall for time. Are you really waiting for helpers to arrive? Are you forcing me to call for more people? FCK, if I call more people, that 500 won't even be enough for me to buy water. Even with the 20 people I have right now, I'd still have to pay a bit out of my own pocket for a meal. Ye Xiu heard Wei Chen cursing and making a huge fuss over the 500 yuan, but Ye Xiu had a hard time believing that Wei Chen didn't see the announcement that the bounty had been withdrawn. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly said to Chen Guo, Do you have any friends in other guilds? Ask them about the bounty. The announcement was very clear. Didn't we see it already? Even if they went back on their word, it shouldn't be so quickly. Chen Guo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No. I'm asking whether or not the guilds might have made another move internally, Ye Xiu said. What? Chen Guo was a bit surprised but quickly understood. She had been in the heavenly domain for so long. She wasn't familiar with any of the big names, but she still had friends in other guilds. She asked them about it and they confirmed what Ye Xiu said. You're right. The guilds all have a bounty on you. It's 500 every time you're killed. Some of the guilds even have contribution rewards. Chen Guo hurriedly told Ye Xiu. So he really is after the money. Ye Xiu was speechless. How tragic, Chen Guo commented. She could understand if he were a normal person, but according to Ye Xiu, he was a god-level player with an incredible background, and yet he was leading others just for 500 yuan. It was quite tragic. How was he going to split the money with 20 people? Each person would get 25 yuan. Or was it the killer takes 300 yuan and everyone else gets 10 yuan? In either case, it was quite pitiful. That might not be the case. It's more likely he's just looking for fun. If he has free time and there's an event with 500 yuan as a reward, why not do it? Ye Xiu analyzed his opponent's motive. Ah, he's going to find me soon, Ye Xiu said to Chen Guo, and noticed the enemies were beginning to close in on his hiding place, so he immediately jumped and moved out. By moving out, his location was revealed, but at least he had taken the initiative. It was better than the enemies suddenly ambushing him and forcing him out. Started running again. You really do have some skill. You'd better not log off today. Let's see how long you can run for. Wei Chen saw Lord Grimm and immediately had his subordinates chase after him. More like you'd better not run, Ye Xiu retorted. FCK, you can still talk while you're running away. You really are Ye Xiu, Wei Chen yelled. The two fought back and forth while shouting at each other non-stop. Chen Guo was staring speechlessly for a long time and then suddenly realized that this was what it was like when two pro-level players fought. The trash talk never stopped. What are you planning on doing? Chen Guo was somewhat at a loss. Ye Xiu didn't have any helpers he could call on. Lulan Slash and his friends weren't online. Apart from them, Ye Xiu didn't know anyone else. He isn't waiting for me, right? Chen Guo was worried. She really hoped she could help, but if he was actually placing his hopes on her, then she would feel very pressured. My helper is almost here, Ye Xiu said. Who? You're not talking about me, right? Chen Guo asked. Ye Xiu's glance at her made her want to die. If you check the system announcements, you'll know sooner or later, Ye Xiu said. Chen Guo was puzzled. What did getting a helper have to do with the system announcements? Just when she was going to ask, she realized that Ye Xiu was busy. A huge fireball flew in front of him, cutting off Ye Xiu's escape path. The pursuers from behind had already arrived, cornering him in a small alleyway. Wei Chen had been shouting at Ye Xiu at how he kept on running and wasting his time, but now he had successfully found another opportunity to kill him. Ye Xiu had nowhere to go in front or behind him. He saw a big chunk of the wall missing to the right of him and immediately had Lord Grimm run up to it. He flipped over the wall and escaped. He didn't land on the ground after jumping and continued to fly using rotor wings. SHT, he's too crafty. Hit him down for me. Wei Chen's warlock was right outside of this gap. This had clearly been a trap set by him. A thief had set several traps beneath the gap. If Lord Grimm had stepped on them, he wouldn't have any chance of escaping. However, Ye Xiu had seen this scenario in his head and didn't land on the ground. On the ground, several gunners shot at Lord Grimm. Rotor wings wasn't very quick and it wasn't very nimble either. However, under Ye Xiu's control, it appeared exceptionally agile, dodging all of the incoming bullets and making the enemy mechanic watch on in astonishment. Wei Chen wasn't someone who simply ordered others around. He kept a close eye on Lord Grimm and maintained a certain distance from him. He calculated how soon rotor wings would end and cast a chaotic rain at the place where Lord Grimm would stop. Lord Grimm landed just where Wei Chen predicted he would land, but the 1,000-chance umbrella became an actual umbrella. Lord Grim walked straight out of the rain. Compared to other shields, the 1,000-chance umbrella was more convenient at blocking moves from above too. FCK, what a despicable weapon, Wei Chen cursed. Lord Grim had been forced into a position he wanted, but he didn't think Lord Grim would just be able to walk out of it like that. He had a limited number of subordinates with him too. His opponent wasn't someone who could be stopped by just 1 or 2 people. Team 3, come back. He won't be going to your area. Head towards area 3958, 2564. Team 1, cut off his escape path. Team 2, circle to the left and converge with Team 4. 4 players who have high movement speed, come and see if you can circle in front of him. Wei Chen was ordering everyone in the team chat. Wei Chen gave orders while circling to the right. His peak had passed already and he wasn't as skilled as before. Of course, against normal players, he was an exceptional expert, but in the pro scenes, he wasn't much anymore. He still had confidence in stalling for time against Lord Grim though. After all, he had a huge level advantage. Wei Chen had his warlock hide behind a line of collapsed stone walls while looking forward. Before, he had been chattering non-stop with Ye Xiu, but now he remained silent. Right now, he didn't want to expose his position. He heard Ye Xiu's voice come closer and closer and prepared to attack at any moment. He's here. Lord Grim directly jumped over the stone wall and landed not far away from Wei Chen's warlock. Wei Chen was ready and immediately fired curse arrows to block his path ahead. Bind. Under Wei Chen's practiced hands, a curved ray of black light shot out from his warlock towards Lord Grim. Lord Grim hastily turned around in an attempt to dodge it, but the ray of black light seemed to come to life as it also turned. "Oh, hand control," Ye Xiu shouted as he rolled forward. The ray of black light turned but only hit air. Wei Chen once again had the ray of black light move downwards while beginning to cast another spell. Hexagram prison. From the sky to the ground, a purple and black prison of light began to form around Lord Grim. If Lord Grim touched the light prison, he would immediately be sealed inside the hexagram prison. "There's someone behind you," Ye Xiu shouted. "Only a little kid would fall for that." Wei Chen ignored him. "There really is someone." Ye Xiu was still yelling at him. "A ghost!" Wei Chen continued to look down on him. "Ha ha, there really is a ghost blade." Ye Xiu grinned. A blue light flashed from beneath Wei Chen's warlock and an ice boundary formed. At the same time, Chen Guo checked the system announcements and finally noticed something. System announcement. 10th server player 1-inch Ash has completed the Heavenly Domain Challenge and has entered the Heavenly Domain. The King's Avatar Volume 5 Ace Showdown Chapter 514 Chapter 514. You were already prepared. 1-inch Ash, Kaio Yifan. Despite having had very little association with the person, Chen Guo still knew who he was. Ye Xiu didn't hide anything from those who were around him every day, including Chen Guo. Although Kaio Yifan was still a nobody among pros, he was still one of the best in the game. Chen Guo immediately checked his character. As of now, 1-inch Ash was level 55. After being left way behind during the Christmas event, 1-inch Ash had not only made a comeback, but he was half a level higher than Lord Grim now. There was nothing Ye Xiu could do. Between levels 50 to 55, there was nothing he could do but kill monsters in the wilderness to level up, and there was no efficient way to do so. However, the regular servers had plenty of quest chains and an abundance of dungeons. As long as players were willing to spend enough time, they could level up pretty quickly during this period. This not only applied to level 50, but 55, 60, 65. All of these levels used to be the max level in the game. To make the game's content more diverse at the time, there were a large number of dungeons for players to enjoy for each max level. When the level limit was raised, those dungeons became treasure troves of experience points. Caio Yifen started his quests for Heavenly Domain while he was still leveling up. After all, being a professional player, the skill tests required in the quest posed no problem for him at all. As for the arena aspect, Caio Yifen was not Tang Ru, and so keeping a winning streak against regular players was a piece of cake. Nonetheless, with Ye Xiu as the leadoff, Caio Yifen didn't spark off as much of a craze. His 1-inch ash was also unlike Lord Grimm, who couldn't gain any experience after reaching level 50 in the normal server and could only focus solely on the quest for Heavenly Domain. Lord Grimm spent all of his time in the arena, raking in victories, battle after battle. It was almost impossible for people not to notice him. Caio Yifen, on the other hand, employed a much more gradual process. He saved up his victories one at a time, stretching it across a number of days, so no one noticed that he was another one who started the Heavenly Domain's quests early. Until he finished the quests, entered the Heavenly Domain, and was announced by the system of his arrival did the 10th server explode in shock. Such announcements weren't that rare in Heavenly Domain, but it did surprise people for it had came from the 10th server. The highest level in the 10th server was level 58. This proved to everyone that whoever just entered the Heavenly Domain was undoubtedly a brilliant expert. The moment 1-inch Ash had stepped into the Heavenly Domain, a curious crowd had gathered. Chen Guo and Ye Xiu were too busy at the moment to notice the system announcement. Ye Xiu noticed through a different way soon, though, because Caio Yifen sent the news to Ye Xiu along with his greetings right after he had entered the Heavenly Domain. Ye Xiu immediately called him over to help. FCK. You actually called helper. Wei Chen, who had 19 helpers with him, roared righteously. Chen Guo was losing more respect for God-level players by the minute. The ice boundary's constant freeze damage immediately interrupted Wei Chen's Warlock's hexagram prison. Unfortunately, 1-inch Ash's level was still too low. Under such extreme level suppression, the ice boundary's freezing effect was rendered completely ineffective. Wei Chen didn't know 1-inch Ash, and so he thought that the ineffective freezing effect was nothing more than a stroke of luck for himself. After all, the chances weren't 100% to start with. He jumped out of the ice boundary frantically, swung himself around, and saw 1-inch Ash's equipment. One look, he knew that he had been tricked. He was no longer a pro player who had to put all of his focus on professional matches. Indulging his days in the game, he knew all kinds of items by heart, so it was no surprise that he recognized the weapon in 1-inch Ash's hand was a level 55 katana, Sword of Karnat. It used to be a very popular weapon, but its fame had faded away with the level 55 level limit. Even nostalgists wouldn't bring such a weapon to an important PK match. As the thought raced through his mind, Wei Chen clicked on 1-inch Ash, whose level of 55 displayed truthfully in front of him. With such as low level, Wei Chen knew the limit of the character's performance even without checking out the character's equipment. "This is your long-awaited helper," Wei Chen laughed. Suddenly, a glimmering flash shot into his view. The Sword of Karnat was glinting right in front of him. Coming from a ghost blade, the flash gleamed with a haunting wickedness. "Whoa, not bad," Wei Chen exclaimed, stumbling to dodge the blow. His warlock raised his staff the following second, trying to cast another spell. Unfortunately, it was interrupted by the following strike from 1-inch Ash. Ghostblade and Warlocks both used cloth armor, but they had completely different attack power when it came to close-range combat. Even with weak armor, Ghostblades were still considered swordsmen. As for Warlocks, they were the same as elementalists, possessing no martial skills whatsoever. Trapped in such a tiny space by 1-inch Ash, Wei Chen was actually in a pretty dire situation. Slow down. Under 1-inch Ash's constant slashing assault, Wei Chen's Warlock's left and right dodging was rather unsightly. Undignified words rolled out of his mouth ceaselessly. Even if Wei Chen started begging for mercy, no one would find it strange. However, Wei Chen was not undignified to such extreme degrees. When he deemed his endless stream of useless words was unable to ease the ferocity of his enemy's attacks, his final cry was, "Help me! Yifen, don't let your guard down. This guy will do anything to achieve his goal. He doesn't have any sense of shame. Hurry up and chop him down, the faster the better." Ye Xiu called out to stop Wei Chen's distracting noise. He didn't go over to help 1-inch Ash out because some of Wei Chen's guys had just arrived. Killing Wei Chen was of utmost importance. Unfortunately, Ye Xiu and Caio Yifen's characters' levels were too low to kill a level 70 character in such a short span of time. Consequently, the priority became stopping Wei Chen's people from regrouping with their leader. Ye Xiu had no idea where this group of people came from, but he did know that they were just a group of nobodies. Without Wei Chen's commands, despite Lord Grimm's low level, Ye Xiu was confident that he could defeat each one of them one by one. SHT. Ye Xiu, you shameless scum. I left the scene a long time ago, so I'm not going to talk about my past glory, but speaking of no sense of shame, why don't you introduce yourself? Stop framing good people. Ye Xiu didn't pay a single shred of attention to Wei Chen's honorable speech. More importantly, the ghost blade in front of him wasn't distracted by his speech neither. Instead, his attacks only became more fierce because of Ye Xiu's hurry up. Little brother, pretty nice moves you got there. Which team are you from? Although Wei Chen retired many years before, he still played glory, and his judgment was still very sharp. Caio Yifen's cautious and organized style exposed his professional background clearly in Wei Chen's eyes. No matter how fierce a regular player's performance was, some wild habits would always be mixed in. This style was unavoidable for the older generation of professional players like Wei Chen and Ye Xiu. After all, they all entered the professional scene after playing the game on their own for a very long time. Some of the latecomers were able to learn from the earlier generation's experience, and thus avoided a lot of mistakes and wiped away some of the bad habits from the chaotic gaming styles back in the day. Caio Yifen's performance bared such marks. This was how Wei Chen was able to recognize the boy in front of him was not only professional, but of a younger generation as well, hence the source of the title, Little Brother. Caio Yifen was an honest child. In addition, he figured the person knew Ye Xiu well from the way the twos conversed, even though he didn't quite understand their relationship. In the end, he replied truthfully, "Tiny Herb." "Oh, Tiny Herb, it's a good team." Speaking of Tiny Herb, I have some personal connections with your team leader. Your skills are pretty good. I can talk to him later and see if he'll let you play a starting position. It's the end of the season anyways. Tiny Herb's general situation is already set. It's such a small chance to let the youngsters shine. I am pretty sure I can do at least that much. Wei Chen gave a reasonable response. You're not bad. All you need is an opportunity to shine. Opportunity, starting position. To a pro player, these were no words more attractive than those. If it were the Caio Yifen from a week before the All-Star, if someone promised such things to him, he would probably be on the floor, thanking them for the offer with excitement. But after he screwed up that rookie challenge and thought everything over with Ye Xiu's help, he finally came to a realization. Talking about opportunities, wasn't the rookie challenge an opportunity? Yet he was unable to seize that opportunity. No opportunity could be understood as bad luck. Being unable to seize an opportunity, should this be counted as bad luck as well? At least Caio Yifen knew that he wouldn't do that. He couldn't use that opportunity because his level of skill wasn't good enough, that's all. During recent times, he was no longer restless. He would not try his hand at another opportunity before he knew that he was skilled enough for another one. Caio Yifen could now laugh off the offer that was able to move him greatly in the past. He could even tell Wei Chen sincerely, "Sorry, I'm not ready to take that opportunity." "No, Wei Chen sounded much more certain than Caio Yifan. The you from the past might not be ready, but you're different now. You're completely prepared now. Delivering such a passionate speech, Wei Chen even forgot to move his character. His poor warlock just stood there stupidly like a sandbag as 1-inch ash splashed him twice in a roll. Such honesty and compassion made Caio Yifan slight embarrassed. Right then Wei Chen cried out, "Your time has come, fight for it, Zhou Yebai." Caio Yifan was puzzled. "I'm not Zhou Yebai." "What are you talking about? If you're not Zhou Yebai, who could you possibly be?" "Ha ha ha ha." Ye Xiu's laughter resounded from the other side. "Very impressive. To be more convincing, you even abandoned moving. You used 2 strikes just to get a name out. Rip, you've got the person wrong, bro." "Really? Who are you then?" Wei Chen asked. "I'm Caio Yifan." "Caio Yifan," Wei Chen mumbled. He stole a glance at the list of Tiny Herbs members that he had just pulled up and added, "Isn't Caio Yifan an assassin?" "Enough already. Are you still trying to trick him? Yifan, don't listen to his nonsense. He has no connection with your team leader. He doesn't even know that Tiny Herb's gate now opens from the south side." Ye Xiu retorted. "DM who says I don't know that? I just met with your team leader for a meal just a few days ago," Wei Chen protested. "Our Tiny Herb's gate never opened on the south side," Caio Yifan added weakly. "FCKU, I told you that scum is worse than I am. I'm done with you." Wei Chen roared and charged towards Lord Grimm recklessly. A spell manifested in the warlock's hand. Caio Yifan was pretty confused by the exchange. He rushed forward, trying to stop Wei Chen, but only heard a warning cry from Ye Xiu, "Watch out!" With a flicker of his hand, the warlock threw a binding spell behind himself. The King's Avatar Volume 5 Ace Showdown Chapter 515 Chapter 515. This is an ultimate. All of this happened in under a minute. The guy who just said "your time has come" in a very serious voice might have gotten his name wrong, but Caio Yifan still felt gratitude for his words. However, in the next instant, a dirty sneak attack suddenly came at him. Even though Ye Xiu shouted for him to be careful, it was too late for Caio Yifan. The two were only inches apart from each other. Caio Yifan hadn't seen Wei Chen mutter any spells. By the time he saw the spell coming at him, a black of ray light shot out from the warlock's hands and instantly wrapped around 1-inch ash. "Sigh, young people," Ye Xiu and Wei Chen both spoke in unison. "Shameless, too shameless." Chen Guo nearly jumped up in anger. On the other hand, Caio Yifan felt very embarrassed upon hearing the two sigh at him. He was usually a cautious and suspecting person. Whenever something bad happened, he would never denounce the opponent and instead look for how he could improve. As a result, he regretted how he hadn't been careful enough. He felt like the two sighing wasn't wrong. He was too young and too inexperienced. At this point, struggling was useless. The bind spell didn't do any damage, but it stopped the target from moving. It stopped the affected target's movement for 5 seconds, which was enough to do many things. Wei Chen seized this opportunity and he quickly cast another spell. Another ray of black light shot out from his hands and bored into 1-inch Ash's body. This ray of black light didn't do any damage, but when the warlock lifted his hands, 1-inch Ash also lifted his hands and floated into the air. Control spell. Control spell was a warlock skill, which allowed the user to control whatever the black light hit, but continually consumed the mana of the user. The heavier the target was, the greater the mana consumption. If the target was a living thing like a player, mana would be consumed even faster. It sounded like a fun skill to use that allowed the user to make a fool out of the target, but in reality, the skill was very easy to break out of. You wanted to control the target for a few minutes. Impossible. You might not even be able to for a few seconds because the spell could be broken with an attack. As a result, this skill was mainly used to put the target in an unfavorable position or stop the target from moving. Wei Chen used this opportunity to send 1-inch Ash into the air and then prepared to throw him into a wall. While in midair, Caio Yifan could already see the crowd of enemies waiting by the wall. Being tossed into them would be like a lamb entering a tiger's den. "Do you think I don't exist?" Ye Xiu shouted. Lord Grim raised his sword and slashed downwards. "Ha ha, I know you're there," Wei Qi laughed. He hastily retracted the ray of black of light, and 1-inch Ash fell to the ground. He immediately moved his warlock out of Lord Grim's attack range. But during this small amount of time, he was able to give his allies enough time to arrive. A blade master and striker leapt up together and jumped over the short wall. Lord Grim immediately turned around after completing the slash. He shot out a sword wind using sword draw and sent the striker tumbling back over. However, Ye Xiu couldn't reach the blade master. These two hadn't jumped over together. The two had some distance between them, one after the other. The gap between them made it so that Ye Xiu had no way of handling both at once. On the other side, 1-inch Ash landed on the ground at around the same time as the blade master. "Ice boundary," Ye Xiu shouted. Caio Yifan didn't dare to be slow and immediately cast an ice boundary. "Interrupt him." Wei Chen didn't react slowly either and immediately gave an order. The blade master listened and sent a sword wind at 1-inch Ash using sword draw. Caio Yifan saw how fast the attack was coming at him and knew he wouldn't have enough time to finish casting. Helplessly, he cancelled the spell and dodged the attack. Even so, the light of a boundary appeared. It was a sword boundary. "Slash," Ye Xiu ordered. 1-inch Ash immediately countered with a moonlight slash after dodging the sword draw. The timing was perfect. The blade master was still in the middle of the sword draw animation and couldn't dodge the moonlight slash. Full moonlight slash. Ghost slash. In one breath, 1-inch Ash had completed 2 slashes, sending the blade master directly at Lord Grim. Lord Grim stepped forward. He grabbed the blade master and threw him towards Wei Chen's warlock. Wei Chen was in the middle of casting a spell similar to when Caio Yifan had attempted to cast an ice boundary. He had no choice but to cancel his spell in order to dodge. "Cast every single boundary," Ye Xiu yelled and shot through the air, throwing another guy who was jumping over the wall back to the other side. Wei Chen roared in anger. "Why are you all lining up one by one to get over? Just get over all at once." It hadn't been easy getting a blade master to help him, so his opponents wouldn't be able to gang up on him 1 versus 2, but after so long, a second helper hadn't been able to get over the wall. The two sides were only separated by a wall, so the players on the other side of Wei Chen could hear his voice loud and clear. They gathered below the wall and jumped up together all at once. Then, a blue light appeared from below the wall. A circle was drawn on the ground. The blue light rose into the air and the incoming players were thrown into the sky via the rising emblem. "FCK," Wei Chen cursed, but he couldn't do anything about it. Under Lord Grim's protection, 1-inch Ash had already successfully cast a flame boundary. Wei Chen was in the middle of it. It was already impressive for him to be able to avoid the damage from the flames. Where would he find time to cast a spell? The blade master didn't need to be talked about. In front of pro players, the only thing he could do was attract damage. Under an AI flame boundary, the blade master didn't even have the ability to dodge the flames rising from the ground and was burned from head to toe. Luckily, the enemy was underleveled and the damage taken wasn't too heavy. All of their helpers were launched into the air by Lord Grim's rising emblem. They looked like a complete mess in the air, making Wei Chen want to cry. When they fell, some of them successfully quick recovered, while some of them failed. Some of the ones who succeeded were knocked to the ground by those who had failed. Lord Grim swept them away by using an earthquake sword. The ones who had managed to stand were knocked to the ground, while everyone else was sent into the ghost boundary. Falling light blade back throw. The damage wasn't scary, but the most annoying part was the effects. Wei Chen's subordinates were stacked on top of each other and couldn't escape from it. It made Wei Chen want to scratch Lord Grimm to death. Meanwhile, 1-inch Ash continued to pile ghost boundaries one on top of the other. Even though the boundaries were low-leveled, with so many boundaries layered over each other, they would certainly have an effect. How interesting. With your levels, trying to kill us is too hard. Wei Chen's group was in a sorry state, but he wasn't worried. Lord Grimm's and 1-inch Ash's level disadvantage could be fatal. Even though they had controlled the situation, their damage output wouldn't be enough to turn the tides of battle to victory. If they had been 2 level 70 characters, Wei Chen would have surrendered long ago. Right when he finished saying this, he heard a loud female voice shout, "Eat a bullet, you immoral bastard." Boom. How was that a bullet? It was a gigantic pillar of light. A launcher's satellite beam descended from the skies and crashed directly at them. In that instant, the crowd was completely immersed in deadly light. When the pillars of light split, those who hadn't been immersed in the light were swept into it. Between the two walls was a small alley, leaving them nowhere to run. This skill didn't come from a level 50 character. This time, it was from a true level 70 character. There wasn't any level suppression due to the gap in levels. In addition, satellite beam was an ultimate. FCK, why did this beach also come? Wei Chen heard the female voice and responded in a very impolite manner because he knew that this time, the situation had turned bad. Don't look at how the enemies only had 3 players. Lord Grimm and 1-inch Ash had strong control over the situation. They grouped them up like NPC mobs. Now, a level 70 character had arrived. The character was a high-burst launcher too, with a sword boundary increasing her strength. In addition, the enemy's plague boundary decreased their defense. When the satellite beam descended, their health bars dropped like waterfalls. When the satellite beam finished, she followed up with a grenade. Another explosion took another chunk off their health bars. She fired a stinger, showering them with missiles for another AI attack. This was all with the persistent damage from the ghost boundaries and Lord Grimm adding to the fire. Wei Chen focused on avoiding the attacks while watching the names on his team list turn gray. There was nothing he could do. Where'd that shameless one go? Chen Guo's chasing Haze stood on top of a wall looking down mightily. Right now, she was a killing machine. She swept across the bloody field but didn't see any signs of that warlock. Did he die already? Chen Guo asked. She had chasing Haze shoot at the ground. With 1-inch Ash and Lord Grimm blocking the paths of the normal players, the players had no way of escaping. The field had turned into an execution ground. There was nowhere to run or hide. They could only wait for their deaths. He didn't die. He got over the wall and ran. Ye Xiu noticed Wei Chen's movements and even shot at him. Unfortunately, he hadn't been able to stop him. He has no loyalty. He really feels no shame. Chen Guo was dumbstruck. Could the guy have actually left his comrades to die, just so he could escape? The King's Avatar Volume 5 Ace Showdown Chapter 516, Chapter 516. In close pursuit, the space between the walls had already become hell. It hadn't been easy for Wei Chen's warlock to escape from it. He hadn't left yet though, and was on the side sneaking around like a cat. What did it mean to have your troops defeated in a landslide of a battle? He was currently witnessing it. 2/3 of his team of 18 were instantly obliterated. Of the remaining 6, 2 of them were close to death, while the other 4 were still fairly healthy. Wei Chen didn't know why, so he asked them immediately. When he asked, he found out that they were behind the wall on the other side and were sneaking about as well. These 4 heard Wei Chen's orders and went over the wall together. However, they weren't close enough and jumped a tad bit later than the others. Before the 4 had jumped, the rest had already been sent tumbling through the air by the enemy's rising emblem. Thus, they didn't dare be too careless and circled around to find a different area to enter from. Then, they witnessed their comrades slam into the ground and get blasted to smithereens. At that moment, They weren't sure if they should still rush over and help. Suddenly, they saw Wei Chen's warlock roll over and flip over the wall. The enemies even shot at his butt, so they immediately abandoned their original thought and retreated too. "How sad. Be careful. Make sure you don't get discovered," Wei Chen said. "You should be the one who should be careful. They're heading towards you." The remaining four reminded him. "FCK, then hurry up and come out so you can distract them." Wei Chen threw his previous thoughts of concern out the window. "SHT, you've got no sense of shame." Even his own allies couldn't bear it anymore. The sounds of gunfire and explosions echoed throughout Milo ancient ruins. Amidst the noise, Ye Xiu shouted, "Old Wei, there's no point hiding. Coming out and waiting for your death is your only route. Give me 500 and I might consider letting you live." "Ye Xiu, go kill yourself. This senior vows to fight to his death," Wei Chen replied. "Don't stop attacking, don't stop attacking." Ye Xiu reminded Chen Guo, "As soon as this guy is out of combat, he'll log off immediately. Don't forget he has no morals." Boom! A missile exploded near Wei Chen's warlock. Even though it didn't injure him, this type of attack would keep him locked in combat. These guys just fired randomly, making it so he couldn't escape from combat. Ye Xiu was right. As soon as his combat status cleared, he would definitely have log off without any delay. "Think of your brothers. They sacrificed their lives for you. How can you be all right with being the only one to survive?" Ye Xiu continued to shout. "Quiet down, you killed them all," Wei Chen said. "If you hadn't ordered them to come back and save you, they might have survived. They've already lost faith in you." Ye Xiu said. "Shut up, they're already on their way here," Wei Chen responded. "Your bluff won't work on me. Even if you called all of Blue Brook Guild, you will still die today." Ye Xiu said. "You really have incredible foresight. Blue Brook Guild's troops are about to arrive. Not just them either. Look at the world," Wei Chen shouted. An announcement came up on the global chat. "Windward formation, Lord Grimm in Milo ancient ruins. Hurry and come." "Ha ha ha, you think they can save you?" Ye Xiu looked down in disdain. Windward formation was the name of Wei Chen's warlock. "You've got guts not running," Wei Chen said. "I'll leave right after I kill you," Ye Xiu said. "Say it when you find me." "Did you really think that our attacks were randomly aimed? I already know your position. You haven't escaped from combat yet, right? So it's not hard to figure out your position. Do you hear our footsteps? Probably not. We're crouching as we walk. Watch your back." Ye Xiu suddenly raised his voice. "You're going to die." Chen Guo was the one who got scared. "It's to scare him," Ye Xiu said while gestured to Chen Guo to look at his screen. "Here," Chen Guo whispered. Ye Xiu nodded his head. "Shouldn't we get closer?" Chen Guo asked. "No need. If we get closer, he'll notice us. That spot is a good position and has good range of vision, so here is the limit," Ye Xiu explained. "But even if we hit him, the distance is too far. He can still run," Chen Guo lamented. "We'll take it a step at a time." Ye Xiu wasn't in a hurry. As a result, Chen Guo positioned her satellite beam towards the spot Ye Xiu indicated, a place covered in straw. The satellite beam descended from the skies. However, any player with a bit of reaction speed would easily dodge an attack like this without any setup. The three saw Wei Chen's windward formation come out from behind the pile of straw and quickly escape from satellite beam's range. "Cancel your attack. Gatling gun," Ye Xiu called. His Lord Grimm was already after him. Chen Guo felt a bit unwilling to cancel her ultimate, but she still followed his orders. She took out a Gatling gun and fired at windward formation. Windward formation's movements didn't look natural at all. Perhaps it could even be considered a bit ugly. However, his erratic movements were effective and he dodged the bullets. This type of movements would be much slower than Lord Grimm, who was running in a straight line, and the distance was quickly closed. As soon as chasing Hayes's firing ended, Lord Grimm immediately used his own Gatling gun. Ye Xiu's technique was much better than Chen Guo's. Windward formation's movements suddenly became even uglier and wasn't able to completely dodge all the bullets. A few of the bullets connected. These stray bullets wouldn't do much damage, but they still affected his running speed. Wei Chen was very gloomy and shouted, "Ye Xiu, do you have the guts to fight with this senior 1v1? Okay, stand still. I'll fight you 1v1. Ye Xiu replied but didn't stop shooting. "Pei, who would believe you?" Wei Chen spat and continued to run. "Same to you." Ye Xiu laughed. Caio Yifen's 1-inch ash never stopped attacking. Right now he was at the forefront and had closed in on windward formation. Chen Guo's chasing haze was chasing him now too. Gatling gun was a level 20 and under skill, so it didn't have a long cooldown. If they kept on doing this, it was only a matter of time before windward formation was caught. "We're about to catch him." Chen Guo was very excited. She was looking forward to obliterating this immoral guy. Hard to say. Ye Xiu frowned. "What do you mean?" Chen Guo said. "There's a dungeon ahead." Ye Xiu sighed. "Dungeon?" Chen Guo was startled and then looked ahead. Sure enough, ahead was Milo Ancient City's dungeon entrance. Dungeons only had a lower bound but no upper bound. Thus, windward formation could enter it. If he entered it, they wouldn't be able to chase him. Isn't entering this dungeon the same as dying? Chen Guo was puzzled. Even though Milo Ancient City was a level 55 dungeon, it was a 100-player dungeon. It wasn't something that a solo player could clear, not even a pro player. Progress could be saved in 100-player dungeons, but saving progress didn't mean one could leave the dungeon. It was similar to a pause, so one could come back when one had more time to continue progressing further. If you die in a dungeon, at least you can't drop your equipment. Ye Xiu said. "Did you not notice? His weapon is a silver weapon." "Really? I really didn't notice. Where did he get it from? Did Blue Rain give it to him?" "I don't think so. He probably made it himself. He's been playing for so many years, so it isn't a surprise that he has his own silver weapon," Ye Xiu said. "Do you think he wanted to kill you for your silver weapon?" Chen Guo guessed. She still couldn't accept that a former god that would actually stoop so low as to get 500 yuan from a bounty. Probably not. 500 yuan is just a cherry on top. He's mainly playing to have fun, Ye Xiu said. Chen Guo was somewhat speechless, but she could feel it. Wei Chen was cursing and fighting Ye Xiu, but he wasn't actually angry. It was like sparring with an old friend. The two mocked each other and trash-talked for fun. However, their trash-talking went beyond what Chen Guo could bear. Wei Chen was truly too immoral. Even Ye Xiu had his limits. In any case, Chen Guo didn't dare be certain. Ye Xiu making her cough blood and anger over and over again was already enough. "Senior, I don't think we'll be able to catch him." Caio Yifen had good judgment. After hearing Ye Xiu's intent, he calculated their speed and Wei Chen's speed and made a guess. If they had reached this conclusion, Wei Chen naturally would have too and laughed in glee. "If you want to kill this senior, you're still too green. Give your mouse to me." At this moment, Ye Xiu suddenly spoke to Chen Guo. Chen Guo was slightly startled, but having experienced this before, she quickly handed the mouse over to Ye Xiu. Ye Xiu took it and began controlling chasing haze to use Gatling gun. The bullets flew out and Wei Chen hastily tried to dodge them. A few of the bullets hit and caused windward formation to stumble a few steps. Wei Chen was alarmed. There were still more bullets coming at him. He tried dodging again, but got hit by another bullet. If he were a normal person, he wouldn't have been able to react so quickly. However, Wei Chen immediately understood what was going on and cursed. "Ye Xiu, you shameless bastard, you're even using such methods. Where's your spirit of fairness? Then stand still. I'll fight you 1-1-1. Ye Xiu said. "Tui," Wei Chen spat. He clearly didn't trust Ye Xiu at all. However, with Ye Xiu helping Chen Guo, the Gatling gun's effects were extremely different. In addition, her level was higher, so the effects from chasing Haze's Gatling gun were much greater than Lord Grimm's. Caio Yifen's eyes lit up and he recalculated it. He wouldn't have thought of doing such a thing. 1-inch ash grew closer and closer and chasing Haze's firing became more and more dense. Lord Grimm began firing with chasing Haze. "Okay, hit him with anything you want." With this done, Ye Xiu handed the mouse back to Chen Guo and immediately began controlling Lord Grimm again. Lord Grimm followed up with the suppressing fire. They finally caught up to Windward Formation. Slash! Ye Xiu shouted and pounced on Windward Formation along with 1-inch Ash the King's Avatar Volume 5 Ace Showdown Chapter 517. Chapter 517. Death's Hand. Wei Chen had experience with chasing, so he anticipated 1-inch Ash's slash. With a sigh, Windward Formation leaned to the side, wishing he could dodge and keep running. If it were any other ordinary player, Wei Chen's move would be sufficient enough, but how could Caio Yifen be considered an ordinary player? Even the most insignificant pro player was still an expert. They couldn't be compared to normal players. The sword light followed Windward Formation's twisted body. Wei Chen saw it coming. He couldn't do anything about it except attempt to dodge more drastically. If it were a 1v1 battle, it would have been better. Wei Chen would have been able to handle it, but Lord Grimm wasn't far away. By the time he escaped from 1-inch Ash's sword, Lord Grimm would be there to take his place. He now realized this was a dead end. His plans to enter the dungeon were hopeless. Wei Chen immediately changed his mind. Windward Formation turned around and said to 1-inch Ash, "Little brother, I can see that you're a good man. If you pick up any of my equipment, you have to return it to me." Caio Yifen was surprised. After a short pause, he answered okay. As he was answering, he didn't dare to move carelessly again. The previous experience remained fresh in his memory. Caio Yifen was very good at learning from experience. Right after he answered, Windward Formation quickly stripped off all of his equipment and pushed his chest forward. "Quick, kill me now." Caio Yifen's hand shook once again. He suddenly realized that his state of mind was still far from that of a top pro player. He didn't know who the person in front of him was, but he could at least tell that he wasn't a normal player. Even among pro players, there weren't many geniuses like this guy. "Quick, attack faster. Use more boundaries. Hey, you shouldn't be this slow even if you're level 55. Are you deliberately holding back? No, you should seize every possible opportunity to attack your enemy with the fastest speed. This is the only efficient way to reduce accidents, avoid mistakes, and decrease the effect of luck." Wei Chen even started lecturing Caio Yifen. Caio Yifen remained silent. Everything this man said sounded reasonable, but these words at this moment felt very weird and out of place. "Boy, you did it on purpose." Finally, when he saw that Lord Grimm had arrived and he still wasn't dead yet, Wei Chen grunted in dissatisfaction and sent an angry face. "Ha, he's an honest man, but he isn't stupid. Step aside, little Caio, and watch how I tidy up this old man." Ye Xiu smiled. Lord Grimm stabbed directly towards the naked Windward Formation extremely quickly. "FCK, you want to tidy me up by yourself?" Windward Formation re-equipped all of his equipment immediately, downed a huge potion, and said, "Little fellow, step aside, I don't want to hurt you." Caio Yifen's 1-inch Ash actually listened and stepped back 2 steps. Ye Xiu stopped him in a hurry. "Caio, why do you still listen to him? Get behind him and cut off his escape path." "Ye Xiu, you son of a beach." Wei Chen's trick was once again seen through, and he cursed out rage. Windward Formation released a curse arrow shortly after. It wasn't focused towards anywhere. The light ball twisted and arrows flew out in all directions. Wei Chen wanted Windward Formation to escape during the chaos, but Ye Xiu had already seen through his plan. Lord Grimm used a Z-shake to charge through the gap between the arrows and lunged at Windward Formation's head with his spear. Windward Formation had to dodge. Warlocks didn't have many options in close-range battles. All the strong skills had cast times, but when the enemy was close, who had that sort of time? Elementalists could teleport into a better position, but warlocks couldn't. When a warlock was attacked at close range, their only option was to dodge. They could also use moves like parries, but their physical damage was too weak. Even dual sword style wouldn't work. The result would be a knocked back by a powerful skill like Lord Grimm's Wild Blood Strike. Bind spell, cut spell. Wei Chen cast a few instant skills in an attempt to fight back, but his opponent wasn't any ordinary player. He had the level advantage, but the effects of the advantage were all within Ye Xiu's calculations. After considering these factors, Ye Xiu attacked Wei Chen. As a result, it was only Ye Xiu's damage output that was a bit lower. Their ability to control the flow of battle were at about the same level. If Wei Chen were a melee class, he could try to confront Ye Xiu head-on and suppress his opponent, but as a warlock, his level advantage was worthless in close combat situations. A few moments later, Chen Guo's chasing haze arrived. Seeing the black cannon aiming at him, he wouldn't be Wei Chen if he didn't have any words to say. "Fine, today I recognize my defeat. You outnumber me, so I surrender," Wei Chen said. "Whether you're outnumbered or not is an entirely different matter. I can't believe you're still boasting when you're about to die." Ye Xiu wasn't Kaio Yifan, so his hands weren't shaking at all. In fact, he continued to attack fiercely. "We have to make an arrangement. This silver weapon is the result of my painstaking labor. If I lose it, you have to give it back." "Sure, I will return anything as long as it's not the silver weapon," Ye Xiu said. "SHT, don't pretend that you don't understand what I'm saying," Wei Chen said in a great rage. "If I don't make you suffer, you won't remember how powerful I am." Ye Xiu said in return. Wei Chen was originally going to stop, but he started operating madly again. However, if his madness could have helped, he would have done it earlier. Now he was only trying to sting Ye Xiu a little before he died, but how could Ye Xiu give him the chance? Ye Xiu beat him up in a frenzy. Windward Formation's life came to an end. A circle swing stabbed him and smashed him into the ground. "Come out, silver weapon," Ye Xiu shouted. "Ye Qiu, go to hell," Wei Chen cried. Windward Formation landed on his head and died. "FCK, Ye Qiu, are you a F-seeking summoner? Go to hell." At the exact moment of his death, Wei Chen opened his equipment window. He immediately started cursing again. Ye Qiu was like a summoner and called out his silver weapon. "Ha ha ha ha, old Wei, go cry." Ghosts couldn't make a sound, nor could they hear any sound. When Wei Chen saw these words and a laughing emoji floating above Lord Grimm's character, who was circling around his dead body, he almost died due to shock and rage. He opened his friend list and tried to add Lord Grimm as a friend, but he got rejected immediately. Ye Qiu had turned the option to receive friend requests off. "Ye Qiu, screw you, screw you, screw you," Wei Chen cursed angrily, even though he knew the person he was cursing would never hear it. Several people close to him in the internet cafe stood up. "FCK, which SHT eating dog is cursing at Ye Qiu? This senior here, you got something to say?" Wei Chen slammed the table and stood up. A dozen or so people also stood up with him. The arguers saw that he had a dozen or so hoodlums by his side and suddenly lost confidence. Even though they felt offended on their idol's behalf, their own safety was more important. As a result, one of them nodded. "Good man, cursing Ye Qiu, will join you." This shameless man was among the minority. Most of them slinked back into their seats when they saw the other side was more aggressive. "Go play your game." Wei Chen gave this person a dirty look. He didn't even have the heart to curse. He knew full well that these tricks were useless against Ye Qiu, absolutely useless. "What happened, brother Wei?" One of his bros came up to him and asked. "DMNit, I lost my weapon," Wei Chen said bitterly. "Fuck." All of his fellows shouted and looked to Wei Chen with the same murderous look. "What should we do?" "Do what? Go play your games." Wei Chen shook his hand. He saw Lord Grimm was still showing off and chose to revive at the city. What the eyes didn't see wouldn't grieve him. Ah, he's gone. Ye Xiu felt that it was a bit of a pity when he saw the body was gone. He had a strong opinion against the fact that he couldn't communicate with the dead. It's a game, why does it have to be so serious? Wouldn't it be great to hear the complaints of those who lost their weapon? "Check the weapon, hurry." Chen Yu couldn't wait. She has been rattling and raring to see the silver weapon since Ye Xiu picked it up. Okay, okay. Ye Xiu opened his inventory as he spoke. Before he had the silver weapon, he couldn't see the weapon's stats, only the color of the Windward Formation's weapon. Only now could he see the weapon's stats in detail. This silver weapon was a warlock scepter. Death's Hand, level 60, weight 3 kg. Attack speed 2, physical damage 530. Magic damage 777, intelligence plus 45, dark element strengthen plus 20, dark element resistance plus 20, magic critical attack chance plus 10%, magic cast speed plus 10, cast distance plus 2. Amazing. Chen Guo could tell if a weapon was good or not. It was a true silver weapon just by looking at the base stats. The attributes were higher than an orange weapon. The intelligence, dark element strengthen, magic critical attack, magic cast distance, these were all very useful additional attributes for warlocks. This was the embodiment of a silver weapon's value. Other than the stats being better than that of an orange weapon, the additional attributes of the silver weapon were customized according to the player's need. You could create whatever you liked, whatever you needed if you just put in the effort. Just by looking at the attack attribute alone, Death's Hand was equivalent to a level 70 purple weapon. The value of Death Hands was way above a level 70 purple weapon with all the additional properties. Even a level 70 orange weapon wouldn't have all these useful stats together, let alone a level 70 purple weapon. It's not even level 70, and it doesn't increase any skill levels. Ye Xiu could still find faults in it. As he was speaking, someone messaged him on QQ. Ye Xiu opened it and laughed. It was Wei Chen. He couldn't find Ye Xiu in the game, so he looked for him on QQ. Son of a beach, give me back my silver weapon, Wei Chen cursed. Don't disturb me, old Wei. You just threw me under the bus on global chat. Now I have to concentrate on dealing with people you sent after me. If by any chance I died and your death hands dropped, what do you think would happen? Ye Xiu asked. FCK, then why are you still online? Are you waiting to die? The King's Avatar Volume 5 Ace Showdown Chapter 518 Chapter 518 Old Wei, I need more time to study your silver weapon. How is it? Do you have a plan for future upgrades? Ye Xiu asked casually. If you're not going to log off, then you'd better store it somewhere safe for this senior, Wei Chen shouted out of rage. Relax, relax. Hey, do you have any extra materials? Ye Xiu asked. FCK off, I don't even have enough for myself, Wei Chen said. What do you need materials for? You don't even have a silver weapon anymore, Ye Xiu said. FCK you, FCK your mom, FCK your dad. Wei Chen cursed furiously. To be honest, you're only playing the game, so you don't really need high-end equipment. Keeping it is just a burden for you. You have to worry about it all the time. Why don't you let this brother help you sell it? We can split the money. You can easily get a set of weapons and equipment good enough for you to play like a king, and I can upgrade my silver weapon. I need to hurry up and continue upgrading my silver weapon. This is something that truly needs to be done urgently, Ye Xiu said with ease and sincerity. Screw you, mine is also a priority. Do you know how much effort I put into this just to upgrade it to level 60? Wei Chen roared. Do you have the plans for future upgrades? If you do, we can increase the starting price. Ye Xiu was considering the value of Death's Hand to himself as if he did not see Wei Chen's message. What price? That's my life and blood, it's priceless, Wei Chen said. Your life and blood work is quite different from the one you had before. Dark element strengthen, magic critical attack, casting speed, cast distance. Ye Xiu went over the additional attributes as he typed. These are all strengthening personal attributes. The style is very different from Swixiar's Curse of Destruction. The style of my weapon is none of your F-seeking business, Wei Chen cursed. You must be very lonely, old Wei, Ye Xiu asked all of a sudden. What are you talking about? I don't even understand what you're saying, Wei Chen frowned. Why didn't you stay in Blue Rain? I heard that Blue Rain tried to keep you as a coach, Ye Xiu said. This senior isn't interested in that sort of thing. Wei Chen said. You'd rather stand on stage. Ye Xiu replied. Wei Chen suddenly fell into silence. His hands were on the keyboard, but he didn't know what to say. Can you find that feeling in the game? Ye Xiu asked. Do you really need me to tell you? Wei Chen replied faintly. Have you ever thought about returning? Ye Xiu asked. Returning me? Don't joke with me, God, Wei Chen laughed bitterly. Don't tell me you're satisfied, Ye Xiu said. Even if I'm not, so what? Wei Chen asked. You can try again, Ye Xiu said. Try again. Like this at level 70, using a level 60 high-end silver weapon. Taking 19 brothers who follow me every day but failed to handle 2 level 50s like you guys. Go back like this. Go back and do what? Wei Chen's words were mixed with pain. The helplessness brought by time had left a deep scar on him long time ago. Ye Xiu asked him if he was satisfied. He could answer without thinking. Of course not. He too carried hopes and dreams when he entered the pro scene, but his career had only lasted 2 short years. Within 2 years, the alliance grew rapidly from inexperience to mature, but as for him, he was constantly on the decline. He desperately tried to prolong his career, trying to stay for even a single moment longer in the growing alliance, but all of his efforts were useless. He could clearly feel his deterioration. Game after game, he soon reached the point where his ability fell short of his ambition. What if I were born a few years later? Wei Chen had imagined it countless times before, but regretfully, there were no what-ifs in reality. He could only admire and envy those lively youngsters. He had tried to lay his dreams and ambitions on these young people so that maybe he wouldn't feel so lonely. He failed. He realized that he yearned for a chance to stand on the stage again. The feeling of existence that he wanted couldn't be satisfied by entrusting his hopes to someone else. When Blue Rain tactfully asked him to take on the role of a coach for the next season, he immediately knew that everything had come to an end. He thanked them but rejected the invitation. He also rejected invitations from other clubs, even though some were invitations for him to be a player. He had dreams. He had hopes. He didn't want to be like a piece of seaweed spread on the beach, getting beaten by waves over and over again. Therefore, that season, the second season of the Pro Alliance, he decisively announced his retirement. He ignored all the persuasions for him to stay and cleanly left the professional scene. For a time, he wanted to give up glory as well, but he couldn't let it go. Thus, Windward Formation was created. He even developed a silver weapon for himself. There were countless times that he dreamed that he went back with Windward Formation and his silver weapon Death's Hand, to the time when the alliance had just begun. He too was like these youngsters, full of energy. He could play for 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 8 years, forever. Wei Chen was laden with grief as these thoughts rushed through, until he suddenly realized that all his friends around him were looking at him as if he were mad. He quickly pulled himself back together and became his ruffian self again. He looked at the screen. Ye Xiu had already replied. If you truly wish for it, there is no such thing as impossible. SHT, do you still believe in the power of will? Wei Chen quickly hid his regrets. He was Wei Chen, the same Wei Chen who didn't know shame, the Wei Chen who could fight dirty. His hand speed may be gone, his skills may have declined, but his personality still remained. In this aspect, he remained true to himself. He was still the one who amazed Glory 8 years ago, who got invited to build a team immediately after the professional alliance was formed and became team captain as a top pro player. He was the former captain of Team Blue Rain, the shameless old Wei, although he didn't like this nickname. That's right, will can determine victory or defeat. Just think of that fellow on your team. Ye Xiu said. He's a weirdo. Wei Chen knew who Ye Xiu was talking about. I have to admit I made a mistake, a very serious one too. I heard you lost to him. Was it that embarrassing defeat that determined your retirement? Ye Xiu asked. Do you think this senior's decision could be affected by such a trivial matter? Wei Chen scorned. No, Ye Xiu asked in return. Of course not. Not even just a little, Ye Xiu asked again. Fine, a little, Wei Chen said. How much is little? A little is a little. Completely insignificant, negligible little, Wei Chen answered. No way, right, Ye Xiu said. SHT, what do you mean? Wei Chen shouted in rage. I can imagine the trauma of being defeated by someone whose hands were deemed as handicapped and would never be able to make it to the pro scene. I can imagine it, Ye Xiu said. FCK your imagination. Even though Wei Chen said so, he couldn't help but recollect the bitter blow of his defeat. That's right. The person they were talking about was Yu Wenzhou, the present team captain of Blue Rain, Alliance's #1 warlock, Shuixar's controller. At the beginning of the alliance, he was just a young lad who signed up for the club's team training camp. He wasn't even close to having the qualification to enter a pro team. From the beginning, the pros on the team, including Wei Chen, saw this youth as a passing guest. His hand speed could be considered decent amongst average players. But in the training camp for future professionals, his hand speed was considered unimaginably slow. All of them thought he would be eliminated in the first round of selection. No one ever thought that he would manage to stay until the end. He remained in the team by barely surviving every round of selection. Even though he stayed, he was only thought to be lucky. No ever thought about his growth because nobody expected anything from him. At that time, everyone's attention was focused on another one, someone Wei Chen had brought back from the game. According to Wei Chen, the precise eyes and techniques of the youth when killing steel showed much promise. However, most people believed that Wei Chen related to the youth because of their shared shamelessness. This youth was truly talented. He quickly became the rising hope of the club. The club began building up his blade master carefully. At that time, the ace player of Blue Rain had been the warlock Shuixar at the time. Warlocks had strong crowd control, but the ace player of a club usually had the burden of being the attacker to boost the morale of the team. As a result, many Blue Rain fans named this part of history the beginnings of the legends of the Sword Saint. Correct. This person was Huang Xiaoshan, the hopeful star who bore the weight of Blue Rain's future. As for Yu Wenzhou, he was constantly being forgotten. Until one day, during a training session when the trainees were being tested, Wei Chen lost to this opponent whose name he didn't even remember. He was lucky. Wei Chen repeated the comment he had said when Yu Wenzhou remained with the club after passing numerous selections. After all, there would always be winning and losing in a competitions. At that time, Wei Chen's condition was already declining. He thought that he had just been too careless when he was competing against the youngsters of the training camp. The second round, the third round, after being defeated by this irritatingly slow fellow for the third time, Wei Chen finally realized something. Everyone in the club realized something. Thank you, senior, for your teachings. He didn't get proud because of his victory, nor did he lose heart because of his defeat. He was neither shy nor arrogant. This young man was like an immovable iceberg. Wei Chen immediately knew that he lost to this young boy in spirit as well. He suddenly felt that Blue Rain didn't need him anymore. This youth would become Blue Rain's foundation, and Huang Xiaoshan would become the blade that cut through any enemies in their path. The King's Avatar, Volume 5, Ace Showdown, Chapter 519, Chapter 519. A reason for Yu Wei Chen's thoughts slipped back to the beginning of the alliance unintentionally. There was happiness and excitement, but that era eventually left him with boundless regrets. Wei Chen had to admit in his heart that losing to Yu Wenzhou was not the sole reason why he had stepped down, but it had been a large part of it. Otherwise, with his level of skill, even if he lost his status in Blue Rain at the time, he could still have easily drifted along in another place for a year or two. However, in Wei Chen's eyes, drifting along was not an extension of his professional career, so he decided to end it. He couldn't tell his past feelings to the friends that surrounded him now. He always made himself look like a big shot in front of them. Ye Xiu was not as close as those friends were to him, but he was one of the people in the circle who understood Wei Chen's situation back then. What about you? What are you doing? Returning right after retiring and all of the ruckus. Just what are trying to achieve? Wei Chen retaliated at Ye Xiu after much melancholy. Hey, after some consideration, I decided to stir up some noise again. I don't want to end up like someone all lonely and blue after just a few years. Ye Xiu returned. FCK off, FCK off, FCK off, FCK off, FCK off. Wei Chen shouted out 5 FCK off S in row. How about it? Let me bring you along for the ride. You can go back to those old times too. Ye Xiu offered. Wei Chen maintained his silence. The other had the intention, and he was not at all without such desires. Recently, he often dreamt of returning to the alliance. Honestly, it wasn't like he had never given the idea any serious thought before. Nevertheless, the decisiveness of him leaving became the biggest obstacle of return. He had left so smoothly that he could not bring it to slap himself in the face in front of everyone now. Just like this, as time moved on, the distance between him and the alliance grew, and he found it harder and harder to gather enough courage to go back. Fortunately, today, there was a force pushing him to do so. In Wei Chen's heart, the desire of returning has never been as strong. Don't lose this opportunity. You even have the perfect reason this time, Ye Xiu urged. What's that reason? Your silver weapon is being held hostage by me. In order to get it back, you have to return. For someone as shameless as you are, that's a good enough reason, right? Ye Xiu explained. FCK off, Wei Chen cursed. You can do it, Ye Xiu replied. This short phrase became another wall for Wei Chen. He was like a hesitating wanderer, insecure about his own strength. What do you think of me right now compared to the me of the past? Wei Chen asked. Your technical skill and speed can't be compared to the past, but your shamelessness hasn't changed. I'm really happy to see someone so familiar, Ye Xiu answered. A few years ago, it was you Wenzhou who was learning from you in secret. Now you can reverse it. You can crush him by surprise. What about it? Doesn't it sound great? Ye Xiu added. Sounds good. As Wei Chen thought about it, his heart was filled with yearning. Then what are you waiting for? Ye Xiu questioned. What I suddenly thought of is that according to the regulations, you dirty beastard still has to wait for at least an entire year, which means you will definitely miss the next season and will have to join the following season after that. Do you expect me to return at the old age of 32? Am I supposed to be grandpa to everyone? Wei Chen spoke. 32? You're that young. Aren't you like 40 plus now? Ye Xiu doubted. UFC cur. We need time to get used to each other anyways. I'm assuming you don't want return and just run back like a clown, right? Speaking of which, did you win any championships back then? Ye Xiu continued. Wei Chen was speechless. For the first 3 years, all of the championships in the professional alliance were snatched away by this guy's excellent era. Who didn't know that? And now this guy was pretending to be ignorant. So who was truly the most shameless person in the alliance? You mean to say that the goal of your return is to be the champion? Wei Chen asked. Besides that, what other goal would a pro player have? Ye Xiu retorted. Good, this is a nice goal. Ha 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 ha, children of the alliance quiver in fear. This senior is coming back. Wei Chen sent the message with a laughing emoji. You've decided, are you sure? Ye Xiu checked. Stop blabbing, Wei Chen snapped. Then we will have to face a real and important issue. Ye Xiu stated, What? With your shamelessness, how can I believe that you aren't lying to me just so you can get your silver weapon back? Ye Xiu clarified. Ah, that really is an issue. Even Wei Chen himself had to agree. Let him come to our place. Once we have the real person, there wouldn't be any more problems with there. Chen Guo, who had been watching the two's conversation the entire time, added. She didn't expect Ye Xiu to attempt to drag someone who had been away from the pro scene for so many years into his team. Still, After seeing Ye Xiu actually succeed, she immediately started to brainstorm ideas to help them out. If they were going to end up on the same team, then they would have to gather in one place eventually. "Where are you?" Ye Xiu asked consequently. "Siki City," Wei Chen replied. "I'm asking about you in real life, not your character." Ye Xiu was speechless. Siki City is one of the major cities in the heavenly domain. "Oh, I'm at City X," Wei Chen replied. "Come to our place, we can talk things out here," Ye Xiu said. "That will happen sooner or later, but I can't leave just yet. That's what irresponsible youngsters do. I have a few things to settle before I come." Wei Chen was already educating others. "Well then, you can attend to your business first, but until then your death's hand stays with me." Ye Xiu agreed. "If you seeking lose it, kill yourself and wait for me to bury your rotting corpse," Wei Chen threatened. "Okay, if you have some materials, you can offer them up now." Ye Xiu went on. "AI, with the situation right now, it's so hard to find some for yourself. I truly don't have a lot. There are some low-level and dungeon ones, but I'm really short on the rare materials too," Wei Chen explained. Ye Xiu knew that this was the truth. The current times were vastly different from the time when the Thousand Chance umbrella had been invented. There hadn't been any professional clubs back then, and there was no large-scale research done on silver-class weapons. It was unlike current times, when every big club had a large demand of rare materials. Each club kept a close eye on the market and bosses that produced these materials. In the present environment, it was truly very hard to obtain rare materials. "What do you have? Let me see if there are any that I can use. I am still trying to reach level 50. Ye Xiu added. They were chatting on QQ outside of the game. In a moment, Wei Chen sent over a few screenshots of his own storage. Ye Xiu glanced over them and realized that, just like Wei Chen said, there were some common materials, but the rare ones could be counted on one hand. As for the 3 super rare materials that Thousand Chance umbrella needed to reach level 50, Wei Chen had none. Ye Xiu gave Mo Qiang money for the materials, but from Mo Qiang's tone, it appeared that even with a few thousand yuan, they might not even be able to secure them. There was nothing they could do. Rare materials like this didn't even have a market, so there was no set price. The prices were set when the buyer bumped into a seller who actually had to sell it. "Obsidian, aquamarine, and silk paulownia, can you get these 3? Ye Xiu asked Wei Chen helplessly. "These are all from normal servers' wild bosses. These things are really hard to obtain, you should know this yourself." Wei Chen knew what those were. After all, he worked on his own silver weapon for many years now. "These are the 3 that I am having trouble finding. I can't advance to level 50 without them." Ye Xiu lamented. "FCK, it's only level 50, yet you already need 3 super rare ones. That's some expensive silver weapon you got there. Truthfully speaking, that thing is a bit unworthy. It's true that I put a lot of time and effort into making my death's hand, but I could treat it all as an investment. When I don't need it anymore, I can find a team and sell it to them, but for your strange weapon, regular teams have no use for it. Unspecialized. Talking about long-term, there is no future for it. I am pretty sure that more developed teams would never invest too much into it, so your weapon is basically a dead end," Wei Chen said. That's true speaking of long-term. However, if we look now, the power of an unspecialized with this weapon is unmatched, you see." The two began chatting about glory in all seriousness surprisingly. Chen Guo, on the other side, felt a bit uncomfortable. However, her discomfort did not last for long. Soon, the two's opinions disagreed and trash talking started right away. Trash. Garbage. Nonsense. Is there anything other than SHT in your brain? In that crazed trash talking, Wei Chen's language was incredibly inappropriate. If this was in a competition, there would be red lights everywhere. He would be killed by the rules in moments. Chen Guo watched the two's argument for a while, knowing that she couldn't interrupt in any way, so she could only put on her headphones silently and log into the game. In the game, The three of them had already left the Milo ancient ruins. They didn't see with their own eyes if Wei Chen's message actually summoned a lot of players. Chen Guo asked her friends in the guild. According to them, some people said they wanted to come and see. No matter what, the three of them were no longer there. In a level 55 wilderness, Ye Xiu was either cursing or discussing with Wei Chen while leveling up. Kaio Yifen's 1-inch ash needed to level up as well, and Kaio Yifen played dedicatedly. Chen Gu's chasing Haze was more like a mercenary because her character had more attack power. Kaio Yifen, would that child be a part of the team? Watching him setting boundaries, placing them, and killing monsters, Chen Guo wondered. She knew that he was still part of Tiny Herb, a member of a champion team. It was just his position on the team that was unremarkable. After this season, his contract would end and he would probably have some difficulty maintaining his position. The professional scene was pretty harsh, Chen Guo thought quietly. However, watching her own team taking shape little by little filled her heart with hope. The King's Avatar Volume 5 Ace Showdown Chapter 520 Chapter 520 Qualification Tournament. Seeing the team taking shape, Chen Guo was full of hope and felt very glad. She had a smile on her face the entire time at lunch. "What's making you so happy?" Tang Ru soon saw Chen Guo's abnormal behavior. She wasn't there that morning, since she had been working downstairs at the front desk. "Team is growing so smoothly." Chen Guo commented on the recruitment of the old god. "Think about it, we already have enough people to build a team. Our goal is the championship," Chen Guo said excitingly. "We're still extremely far from that goal." Ye Xiu laughed bitterly, pouring cold water all over Chen Guo's excitement. "You already know little Kaio. He's a nobody in the champion team, but in our team, he's our number 2 player. Don't you think we're still far away from being champions?" "It was you who said it, so you must have some solution," Chen Guo said. "We'll have to take things slowly for now," Ye Xiu said. "What about you, little Tang?" Chen Guo turned to Tang Ru eagerly. "If you've truly decided to become a pro player, then stop working, just focus on the game. I'll still pay you your salary." All right." Tang Ru was going to say something, and then she saw the expression of expectation from Chen Guo, so she nodded. "Ha ha, that's great. Work on leveling. Soon you can enter the heavenly domain as well," Chen Guo said. "How is Steamed Bun doing?" Ye Xiu asked Tang Ru. "He's usually there when I get online. Whenever I level up, he will send an ah to scream at me. He's level 51 or 52. Tang Ru smiled and answered. Kaio Yifen's 1-inch ash was leveled by someone else. Even though his speed of leveling couldn't compare to those new server accounts in the big guilds, it was much faster than a normal player's leveling speed. Steamed Bun Invasion did the leveling by himself. He and 1-inch ash had started at the same level, but with the same amount of time he had fallen behind a few levels. And Concealed Light. Ye Xiu also asked about Concealed Light. "He's about the same level as Steamed Bun," Tang Ru said. "Oh," Ye Xiu nodded without saying anything more. "So Concealed Light will join in too." Chen Guo was quite familiar with these people. Concealed Light wasn't like Tang Ru or Steamed Bun Invasion. These two people had incredible technical skill. Don't underestimate them because they're noobs. In a 1v1, if the opponent wasn't exceptionally experienced, the opponent would get massacred. Tang Ru even had the glorious history of killing a pro player. That isn't something that can be done through pure luck. As for Concealed Light, he was somehow deficient in this aspect. His technical skill was completely obsolete, and he had even chosen to play a summoner. If it were just for fun, the technical skill required for a summoner was extremely simple, but if one wanted to play it at a high level, the requirements for technical skill were extremely high. The thought of expecting a rookie summoner play at a pro level made Chen Guo shiver. "Take it slowly, we'll all have opportunities." Ye Xiu replied in a comforting manner. "Why don't you practice too? Maybe you can even be used as a sub or something." I'm only a sub. Chen Guo really wanted to smash him dead with a chair, but objectively compared to other people on the team, she fell short of everyone except concealed light. What a tragedy. After the meal, Tang Ru continued to work the front desk. Even though she had decided to play the game professionally, the schedule of the internet cafe was already set. Chen Guo couldn't remove one person all of a sudden. She needed time to make adjustments. She might even have to employ a new attendant. This small investment was nothing to her. In theory, Ye Xiu and Tang Ru were already pro players. Paying pro players the salary of an internet cafe employee was something Chen Guo should gloat on in secret. They were all leveling in the afternoon, except for Kaiao Yifan. This kid was well behaved. Even though there wasn't a future for him in Tiny Herb, he still took his training seriously and completed it on time. It's just his heart was now focused on his ghost blade. He had the assassin account at Tiny Herb, but he did not do much training for assassin-related skills. His mind was occupied with how to use an assassin to practice ghost blade skills. Chen Guo still helped them level. However, this afternoon she seemed to be busy. No one knew who she was talking to. They just heard the sound of typing. As time went by, her facial expression became heavier and heavier. By dinner time, she was completely different from the gleaming person she had been at lunch. What's wrong? Tang Ru was scared for her. She looked at Ye Xiu with an inquiring expression. She was smart. She knew that those two were together every day, so she would tell happy stuff to Chen Guo and ask Ye Xiu for troubling stuff. I don't know. Ye Xiu knew that something might have happened when she was chatting with another person that afternoon, but he hadn't peeped on their conversation, so he didn't know who Chen Guo was talking to. There's something. Chen Guo looked as if she was afraid to look at them and was too embarrassed to speak. Yes, Ye Xiu asked. Well, I was talking to Lulan Slash this afternoon, Chen Guo said. Lulan Slash? Ye Xiu was lost for a moment. What did she need to talk about with Lulan Slash that made her act this way? I asked him to give me some information on joining the alliance. It seems like there are a few compulsory requirements, Chen Guo said. Oh, Ye Xiu started to understand the situation, but he did not reveal his thoughts. He smiled and asked, and, I'm afraid, I can't meet some of the requirements. Chen Guo finally said it. She wanted to cry. After Lulan Slash gave her an explanation in the afternoon, she felt her heart turn to ice. It wasn't that she was afraid she wouldn't be able to meet some of the requirements for applying to the alliance. It was that she couldn't meet even a single one of the requirements, not even if she were to sell the internet cafe. The requirement for a stadium with a certain amount of seats alone had sealed her hopes. She was even more desperate after Lulan Slash disclosed inside information to her. The next season, the live game would employ visual projection technology. All hosting clubs must satisfy the technological requirements. I'm sorry, Chen Guo lowered her head. She had been the one excited for the formation of a team, but she failed at the crucial moment. She really regretted it. Why didn't she learn about these things before? Don't worry, I wasn't going to apply for the alliance like Lulan Slash did anyway, Ye Xiu said. What? Chen Guo lifted her head. You don't know, Ye Xiu looked at Chen Guo. Every year 2 teams drop out of the alliance, so there are 2 places for new teams. One of them enters the alliance like Lulan Slash. They apply for the alliance, and the alliance will examine them and approve the qualified team to enter. The other team is decided through a qualification tournament. Qualification tournament, you mean the revival tournament? Chen Guo asked. Exactly. Due to a special reason, the qualification tournament is often called a revival tournament. Ye Xiu smiled. For what reason? Tang Ru wasn't happy. It seemed like both of them knew the reason and had stopped there, but she was just a newbie who didn't know anything, so she hurriedly asked. For this qualification tournament, there are only 2 simple requirements: enough team members and a participation fee. There are no other requirements, which means the two pro teams that were relegated can still compete in the qualification tournament. Pro teams are much more competitive than any random team. Even though there are some strong teams that can cause problems for the pro teams in the qualification tournament every year, in all of the previous seasons, the teams that came through the qualification tournament were pro teams. That is to say, of the two teams that got relegated, one of them has always returned to the alliance through the qualification tournament 1 year later. That's why people call it the revival tournament, because it feels like an intended opportunity for the two eliminated teams to re-enter. Well, sometimes there aren't two, there might be 3 or 4 previously relegated teams. The teams that failed to revive in the past will sometimes try again the next year. Ye Xiu explained. Oh, now I see, Tang Ru nodded. So all we need to do is participate in the qualification competition and win all the way to the end. The Alliance will figure out some way and help you complete the necessary compulsory requirements. But speaking of this, the Alliance has never troubled by an amateur team before through the revival tournament. It seems like I'll have to make history. Ye Xiu laughed. That's not the point. Chen Guo was frustrated. The revival tournament is a knockout tournament. Losing one game results in immediate elimination, a year wasted. What if? There are risks in everything. Even if you apply for the Alliance, the risk still exists. There is probably more than one team applying for the Alliance. It's not enough to barely reach the requirements if you want to be approved. The Alliance will inspect your investment. A team will never be taken seriously if they barely meets the minimum requirements. Ye Xiu said. Chen Guo was stunned. She couldn't even fulfill the minimum requirements. Now she knew that even if she were able to satisfy those standards, she would most likely get beaten by other more competitive opponents. The competition here was simply money. Chen Guo was only the owner of an internet cafe. What financial strength did she have to compete with? The qualification tournament is our only way. Instead of thinking what could happen, concentrate on preventing those things from happening. We can make good use of this year to break in our team members and perfect our teamwork. Ye Xiu said. Yes, that's right. Tang Ru nodded. She already looked full of hope. The qualification tournament for this season is happening right now. You can look into it. The qualification tournament and the league games take place at the same time. By the end of the season, the qualification tournament will produce its final result. That's when 20 teams for the next season comes out. There are many teams participating in the qualification tournament. If it continues to develop, it should develop into a secondary league. Well, the Alliance is growing so very fast, isn't it? Ye Xiu sighed. The King's Avatar Volume 5 A Showdown.